Here we are, kings and queens, princesses and princes, boys and girls if you're 12 and under, young ladies and young gentlemen. Hello, warriors of the quarantine. Here we are, lesson number 7. You guys rock. I see that Shin already headed off for bed because she's 12 hours difference. I think that's in the Philippines. I know Singapore has the same time situation. And Abby's here. Oh, hi, Abby. You missed the other lessons. Yeah, all the lessons are on my YouTube channel. I have now, including today, 7, and this is the penultimate lesson. We have one more to go for our quarantine, which is the last one's July 1st. So don't miss it live if you can. Hi, Laura, you're back. Wonderful. Great, Abby. Clarissa, hello, hello from Argentina. Oh, how wonderful to see you here. JV's here. Hi, Diane's here. Ron, hello, Ron. I'm so happy you've joined once again. Hi, Minnie Mouse. Hi, Lulu. Great to see you here. Felicia's here. Hello, darling one. Oh my gosh, such talent in the house today. I'm so excited. Kathleen, hi, you're joining us. Kathleen's an amazing soprano, studied at Stanford University like I did, and she wants to know how to belt like lots of you do. So we're going to cover these questions today. Bernadelle, hi, honey. So good to see you here. Liliane, hi. Emma, hi, darling, you're here. Emma Puscalau, I'm so happy to have your talent here, honey. Tanya, hi. Emily Autumn. Woohoo! I'm going to turn my air back on because it's really hot in New York today, and I was a little chilled, so I put on my jean jacket. Anyway, I'm going to throw it back on. Bethany, hi. Yes, and Doris, you're here. Hi. Okay, I'm going to turn the air back on. All right. Today is all about questions. I really, really want to answer your questions today. So please take notes if you can. I'm a big note taker. I think it's really useful. I know our darling Sierra Bogus always has her students take notes. I'm going to grab her light lessons. Let's see. I did not have time to grab a light lesson for myself today, so this will be for all of us. Hey, Cree, hi. Nice to see you. And we're going to work on those of you who ask questions about their tone being too airy, how to get it more vibrant. That's one of our questions today. Okay, I'm getting for the light lesson. Here we go. Oh gosh, what will serve us today as we're asking questions? Aha. Strength. Okay. Yep. We are strong enough to work through yet, a little bit more quarantine for some of us. In New York here, we are opening, but a lot of you guys in the other states, maybe around the world as well, the numbers are climbing, not just because of testing, but also because more people are going to the hospital, which of course means more deaths on the horizon. So let's have strength in just staying the course and making art our friend. And today we're going to really look at these questions and see if we can get them answered with our core, to be serious about it, because singing and acting is truly an art form. That's what my mentor acting teacher, Susan Batson, taught me. It's an art form. And it's not just, oh, those talented kids, they get up on stage and they sing and dance and they just do it. No, you have to study and know what you're doing. And a lot of the questions are about that today. So I'm excited, really excited to answer them. Yes, of course, Laura, strength. Stay the course, right, Emily? Yes, indeed. Hi, James. Great to have you here. I love we have men in the house, Ron, James, more coming on, the fabulous ladies. Okay, so in looking at our questions that I got through Instagram, and by the way, just to let you guys know, this week I'm still taking videos and questions. After July 1st, I'm not going to be able to for the month because I'll be traveling. But even though we're going to let go of the free quarantine voice lessons, hopefully starting August, at the latest September, but around August, I want to do some lessons here that we'll call Zoom, our Zoom lessons. Actually, it might not be through YouTube. I don't know. I have to do a little research, but, and they'll be really, really affordable, like $20. So stay tuned is the point. Okay. And, you know, take advantage of this week. If you want me to give you feedback on your videos or have a question, I still have time this week to do that. So, but after July 1st, my time gets a little crazy because I get back to, now that we're opening up, I get back to traveling. Okay. Oh, JV says her Susan Batson's book just arrived. Here's mine. Let me remind you guys. Just to say quickly, you guys, okay, here's Susan Batson's book. She's my mentor acting teacher. And this book is called Truth, and Personas, Needs, and Flaws in the Art of Building Actors and Creating Characters. And I use her tools as a part of my method, which I call the revolutionary send. I hope you're taking notes because this is important for today, or you can take a screenshot. So this is Mary's method, the revolutionary send. I have 10 elements, 5 elements of voice technique, so important, and 5 elements of the emotional life, or these are really acting tools. And the acting tools are what Susan gave me. And the acting tools changed my career and my life, and they also help your voice technique. So we're gonna cover that with our questions today as well. But Susan Batson, as a lot of you know, she has her Zoom acting classes going on right now. Susan Batson NYC, Susan Batson Studio NYC.com, and I chat with her from time to time, and she is telling me that you guys that are going over there, some of you for the first time ever taking acting class, and she said, "Oh my goodness, what talent there is! They're doing really, really well." So that's coming from a master beyond masters. So anyway, I would suggest that you guys go do that, which I'm going to answer in some of the questions here that relate to that. Great, Cynthia, no worries. She's helping a friend move. That's A-okay. Bea from Italia, hi, yes. Hi, Bea, thank you for telling me. I'm so happy you're here, honey, wonderful. And if a question pops up for you, let me know. Strength from Taipei, hi, darling. So thrilled you're here. I love it, I love it. Okay, so do you have your water? Get your water. I've got my beautiful glass today. Yes. Put your water in a beautiful glass. It's easier to drink. A quick question, because I have my water in my hand. One of the questions was, do I drink cold water or warm water? Now, or, you know, lukewarm or tap water, kind of what temperature should it be? And what I'd say for everybody, because everybody's different. I love cold water all the time. I do really well with that. But I would just say warm, you know, room temperature water. I always get spring water. When you're singing, when you're in a show, have tons and tons, and don't get thirsty. You have to, if you get thirsty, our Cosette from Les Mis, when I was traveling, she said, if you get thirsty, it's too late. So, but that said, if you're having a coughing attack, if you feel like you're coughing, you're getting over a cold, or you have some postnasal drip, we're going to talk about that too today. Cold water stops the cough. So cold water, have it nearby. If you feel like you're having a coughing attack, grab ice cold water, and that will help stop it. Okay. So let's see. I'm just reading Abby. I just showed my friend your video on the Phantom title song from the award show. We love your channel. Thank you. Yes. Well, you know what? Everybody would love to play Christine or the Phantom in Phantom, which is so cool. And, but keep up your dreams and keep working. So that's what we're doing today. I love it. Emma, I don't know, Emma Fox, I don't know how long Susan will be doing the classes, but I think there's a good chance they will be going on for some time. So you can certainly go on and ask, but I'm pretty certain that because they're in the midst actually of moving studios. So it's perfect timing to go to catch on and study with her. Also, by the way, she travels all the time with the superstars from, Nicole Kidman, Oprah Winfrey, Juliette Binoche. She's constantly traveling. So to get her right now, it's a gift. It's a true gift. Okay. All right. So what I've discovered is that our questions are kind of 4 different categories. The first category is questions pretty much about auditions. Dear Katie is auditioning for schools right now. So she has a lot of questions. So that's one category we're going to do. The second category of questions are in regards to warming up your voice. Why can I hit my high notes in the warm-up, but I can't hit them when I'm singing a song? Why is my voice wonderful one day and terrible the next? We're going to go through all those questions, and we're going to do a really great warm-up. Then we have the question about classical singing for the ladies. How do I go from classical to belt? Or how do I go from a Broadway, what I call home base, meaning that's your natural voice? How do I go from that to classical? We'll be doing that. And men, during that section, you guys have questions about going through the passaggio. How do I go from my lower range to my higher range? And it's a great question for the ladies as well. So we're going to answer that during that time. And then the last category are questions about healing your voice, about how to keep it healed. And what I'd love to do today at the end of all this is actually give you a healing exercise that you can go back to anytime. And we'll do that together at the end of the class. Okay. Great, Laura. You're going to sign up with Susan. Yeah. And I would suggest for your very first class, do what's called an Exer-Actor. Just sign up for the Exer-Actor class. If it's a breakdown class or an audition class, I think that's a little more, not even advanced, but you've already, looked at her technique before. Go for an Exer-Actor class, and then you'll know kind of how to prepare yourself. Okay, so I'm going to start right away with audition questions. Is that okay with you guys? The first is about tips for good audition songs. So what are some tips for some good audition songs? The first thing you want to look at is you. What type are you? That means what's your age? What's your voice type? Voice type I call home base. What is your, like Kathleen, you're a soprano, classical soprano first. Katie's more of a Broadway singer. Emma, you're more of a Broadway legit singer. Laura, well, you can do both. You have both the belt and the legit. But you want to find out what's your home base. And then you want to pick a song that, let's say you're auditioning for a musical. And let's say you're auditioning for a production of Les Miserables. They don't want you to come in and sing from the musical. So if you think you're best suited for Cosette, then you want, and that's your home base is a classical soprano, and Cosette is really on the classical legit side. You want to pick a song that's very similar to her for the songs in Les Mis, very similar to that sparkly legit soprano, also very similar to her character, which is a little more innocent, a little more wide-eyed. Not to say she's not deep. I think Cosette's quite deep. So you want to find a parallel song. Maybe it would be I Have Dreamed from The King and I, or yeah, because that's kind of like, I have dreamed that your arms are lovely. She could be singing to Marius, and something that would work like that. If I Loved You, maybe something with a few more high notes. Staying with The King and I, for example, Lord and Master goes up to a high B. So there's little, you want to find a parallel song. If you're going out for Eponine, then you'd want to find a belt song that's in the style of Boubille and Schoenberg. So, so you're seeing what I'm saying. So something that's connected to her character and her voice type and her vocal range. Also, if you're going out, for Marius, that same thing. The auditioners want to understand that you know how to type yourself as well. They want you to know, like if you're a Madame Thénardier, you'll do something very bawdy and very funny. So that's a really great blueprint to go by. Yeah, and Cree, you would be like more jazzy. Yeah, well, maybe you would do, trying to remember the name of the show, on the 21st Century. There's another one, but you can find, there might be a musical that has a little more jazz in it. So it's really fun. Welcome, Francisca. Don't worry, we're just going through tips. So those are some tips for the auditions. And then she says, how do you make yourself noticed by casting directors? By the way, regarding the audition songs, don't think that longer is better. And this is also important for impressing a casting director. You want to have a song that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. If it's 16 bars, which they sometimes only let you sing 16 bars, you want to make sure that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. Not just showing off high note, high note, high note, high note. They will get bombasted and not be able to see you. So you want to show all different kinds of colors. That's one way to make yourself noticed by a casting director. I think the thing that will set you apart is, of course, having good technique, understanding how to cast yourself, also connecting emotionally to the song and telling the story. So today we are going to work on those techniques on my, and that's why I talk about Susan Batson all the time. And of course there are other acting teachers, you guys. So don't think they're not. It's just she's my mentor. So that's why I love talking about her. These are personalization, fourth wall, sensor condition, need, action. These tools are amazing tools that we're going to do to get you connected emotionally so that you bring something authentically yours and that you are not just showing, you are living it. You are a three-dimensional person living it. So we're going to do that today. But that, I believe, is what sets you apart from the others. And by the way, there's this wonderful movie that's on Prime Amazon right now, Every Little Step it's called. It's about the making of A Chorus Line, that incredible musical, but it's also about the audition process of a more recent Broadway version of it that was, I believe, in the 90s. And I watched it again the other day, and it was so cool to watch. You get such insight about what the casting table is looking for and how much they want you to be good. They need you to be good, or they don't have a show. So that's another tip, to watch that movie. You'll have such a good time. I know personally the musical director and Patrick Vaccriello and Jay Binder, who's been a casting director in New York City forever. So it's interesting to see the masters of their work doing that. So Abby says, you're 21. You can be bubbly and energetic, or like Eeyore. Eliza from Hamilton, Penny and Hairspray. Yeah, okay. So you know how to type yourself. That's terrific. That's terrific. And just to say, anybody who is Black or of color, don't typecast yourself out of those, traditional Broadway, or of any musical. For example, Audra McDonald made her big splash as Carrie in Carousel. Of course, she went on to do Masterclass and won a Tony. She won a Tony, I think, for Carrie as well. So please don't type yourself by color. If it's traditionally done one way or another, go for it. Go in. We want to see a whole new variety now. We're not interested in just seeing our white bread version of all these musicals, which is really wonderful. We want talent, that's what they want. And I'm saying we, because I want it too. I want the talent up on that stage. Okay, good, Abby. Great. I'm glad you feel good about that. Now, Cree saying that musical movies like La La Land are charming, but then you have to be on the Hollywood spotlight. I would have to say that La La Land, as much as I loved that they were having the Hollywood stars singing, what they chose was to do it out of talking, but not really lift it to the art of singing. So I was a little disappointed by La La Land, but we can talk about that later. I don't think, Jeff, you're really a Jean Valjean type. I think you would be more, what's his name? The evil guy. Yeah, I think you could do the evil guy. Yeah. Facundo. Hi, nice to see you. Javert, thank you. It's so many shows are going through my head right now. Yeah, I think you should work on Javert. I think that'd be great for you. Okay, so she says, what do you do when your emotions don't come in a song? So we're going to look at that today. It's true. We are the instrument, and we have to learn how to use our true emotions in our songs. And let me tell you, it takes practice. This is an art form. You're not just getting up there, or else we are what are called inspirational singers. That's what I call them. Inspirational. Like you get up there and, oh my God, that day, everything happened. I'm inspired. I feel it. Or something happened in my life just this morning and it made me all emotional. I ended up using it and look what happened. Those of you guys who are Friends fans, remember when Joey goes in for that audition and he has to go to the bathroom, and he's literally doing the monologue with that's actually called a sensory condition, and he got the call back. So it's a funny example, but how do we do it then? It's an art form. And what happens is when you get in the audition and it doesn't come, you do not push and try to show it. Don't try to show that you have emotions. That is a killer. If you do that, it's called bad acting. So you want to just hang in it. And a quick story about myself, I was singing for the first time Memory from Cats at a student showcase. And I had done it around the world. I had done it in Italy on a stage, and I had the audience crying. I was crying. Everybody was crying. I had done it on another stage in New York. Well, now I did it in my one-woman show. Now I was doing it as a student showcase performance, and I got out there. My students were awesome that night. Now it was my turn to perform. I saw my fourth wall. I did all my work. I felt nothing, and I thought, oh my God, I feel nothing. It's not coming up. I suck. So I knew not to push. So I just hung in there. I saw my fourth wall. I saw my personalization. I saw the thing that usually triggers me to all of my emotions. No emotions were coming up, but I didn't push. And I sang the song and it all came out, but I was so disappointed. So after the show, I go to my students. There's a little ring of students and we were talking about the show. And I said, I'm sorry, you guys, I didn't do my work tonight. And they turned to me and said, what are you talking about? We were watching you and we were all sobbing. It's like, oh, it was such a lesson for me of what I teach is don't push. If you just hang in it, for whatever reason, the truth was coming out, even though tears weren't streaming down my face. So there we are. Okay, and some people always ask, I can't cry and sing at the same time. It's an art form. We have to practice it. So that's why we always say, don't clean up. You know, I've got my tissues here. It's like I'm sobbing. I have to balance my emotions. I have to put those here and this here. No, we are going to learn to take it all and sing through it. And I promise after we keep practicing the process, it's going to go to the other side where your voice will be clear and you'll have tears without, or no tears, it doesn't even matter, that are completely the vessel. So that's where that is. What do you do when emotions get overwhelming to the point of tears? That's the question I'm answering, isn't it, honey? As you're trying to bring feeling to a song. So Ron, what I'm saying is you've just got to practice. And for right now, don't care. Let the tears come out. Don't clean it up. The thing you don't want to do is stop and sob and look down and look away. That would be self-indulgent. If you stay with your fourth wall and you sing and you crack and you keep going for it, you keep sending through it, I bet you anything the audience is going to sob with you. And let me tell you, in Every Little Step, the chorus line movie I'm telling you about, they found their Paul, the character Paul. They were looking for Paul. It's a monologue. He's not singing, but it's the same thing as acting. They don't tell you in acting to stop crying. You win awards because you do cry and speak through it. You will see this young man, Mr. Tam, I think is his last name, and he is sobbing through it, and the whole table and me at home sobbing. The guy finished the monologue. All we can say is thank you and bye. And he left. He got the job. They continued to sob. I was on my couch at home sobbing. So please take that as, if you can watch that, because it's so cool to give you an example of something that that shows us. Also, Bernadette Peters in Song and Dance, she sings Tell Me on a Sunday, sobbing on that Broadway stage. And there's everybody in the audience is sobbing as well. So please don't clean up. I know it feels weird and I know it takes time, but to understand it. Yeah, I can't say you'll do it tomorrow, but please don't try to clean up and say, I can't be like that. That is your gift. That is your gift. And you want to hone it, and we're going to craft it and sing through it and make art out of it. And meanwhile, you actually heal it too. It's really cool. Every Little Step. What did I call it? Shoot. That's what I'm talking about. Every Little Step. What did I call it? Oh gosh, now I'm embarrassed. Okay. For people who haven't formally done acting, musical theater, a good, I think music more easily comes to people's emotions than straight text from the script. Whatever you want, whatever you love. Oh no, I called it wrong. I'm so embarrassed. Every Little Step. Thank you. Every little step she takes. Yeah, every little step she takes. That's it. I think whatever, it depends on the person. If you love to sing, go sing. If you love to act, go act. Go find a troupe. Go find a improv group. Go find, if you have a school that has the musical program and shows, do it. Do every single one. That's what you want to do. If your community does, go audition, go get in the chorus, go sing, go learn, go be in a chorus. If your church has a chorus, if your temple has a chorus or singers, go do that. Get as much as you can. Say yes to all that. And if you don't enjoy it, quit. But if you love it, do it. I don't know if it's a yeah, it's kind of a documentary. Yeah, Every Little Step. Yes. Okay, it was a 2006 revival. God, I've got it in the 90s. Thank you, Laura. Okay, good. Okay, perfect. All right, so here we go. Katie asks, how do I know if I'm good enough? I have to tell you, you have to get that question out of your vocabulary. How do I know I'm good enough? If you have a passion to do this, and you know, if you follow me on Instagram, and I hope you can, we're doing what's called Share the Mic. And I had wonderful Kina Armitage come in, a beautiful Black woman who was one of my first students when I started making teaching my main thing 20 years ago. Broadway singer, triple threat dancer, actor. Now she's a coach for pro professionals to help them really have a success. And now I'm talking about Kina, and I lost my, oh, let's see. The question was, how do I know if I'm good enough? So I would just say, don't even do that. What Kina says is, don't give up. She says, don't give up. So if this is something you have to do, you know, you have to do it. And I can't tell you if you have enough talent, if you've got the most talent, the worst talent, the best talent, you have to go do your craft. She has another pillar in her work, which is called cultivating mastery, which I love that. I'm going to steal that from her. Cultivating mastery. You have to cultivate your artwork, which you're all here today and we're cultivating together, you know? So you're all doing it right now. But that's what you want to do. And please, yeah, I understand if you have somebody at home that says you are nothing, you can't do this. You know, they don't know. And honestly, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I've had students where I thought, gosh, I don't know if they're going to work. Or not even students, just people I've seen at auditions and go, I don't think they're going to get a job. And they do. So please, no one can tell you if you're good enough. You have to decide if you want to pursue this, because it's a lot of rejection. No matter how good you are, you're going to be rejected because they'll get somebody else for the part, and you'll see that in every little step. So that's why I'm onto that. Okay, good. Oh, perfect, Lala, you joined her live. Good. Isn't she wonderful? Okay, so that's what my thing on that. Okay, and then Parsnips ask, how do I control my nerves when I'm so nervous? And this, again, goes in the line of the art form of using the acting emotional side. We're going to go through fourth wall, personalization, doing the work. You say, hello, fear, come along. You know who I stole that from? A wonderful actor. His name's Martin Moran. He's also an award-winning writer of his own one-man shows. He's phenomenal. And he was in Titanic on Broadway. And I went to Stanford University with him. And one day I ran into him at a coffee shop in New York, and we had a wonderful chat. And he goes, Mary, I had an audition for Sondheim. It was the show's called Saturday Night. And he landed the show, but he said, I have to tell you, Mary, I was so nervous to go sing for Stephen Sondheim. And you know what he said he did? He said, all I did was say, come along, fear. Come along, fear. So you can use that. Know that the characters we're dropping into also have fear. They also have nerves. If we can hand it over to the character. And by the way, the audience really can't tell. We do this thing called fake it till you make it. It basically means don't say, hi, oh God. You know, I guess you could say I'm nervous. I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying, hi, yeah, I'm nervous today. But you don't want to hand it over and give the nerves the power. You want to say, come along, fear, and use it and do the work. Don't be like, hi, you're looking at me and I'm singing, do you like me? Instead, the great casting director, Barry Moss, he passed away a few years ago. When he was really big on Broadway and TV and film and everything else, he not only kept his doors open, any actor could come in, and that's not common in a casting director. They don't want to have everybody bombarding them. But he said, this is a tip for the nerves. As you walk into the room, in your mind, you look at the panel and you say, I love you. Not, do you like me? Am I okay? Oh God. You say, I love you. Now the panel has relaxed. They're ready to see you. They want to hire you. They're hoping you're the right person. So that's a really good tip for the nerves. Okay. That's everything on my audition. I want to sing, don't you? Let's start to sing. You're here, Angelica. Good. So we did the audition questions first because I wanted to get you all in and we can all sing now. Thank you, Emily Autumn. Isn't Kina wonderful? She's just, she's so passionate about her destiny of being this coach. I think we all have a destiny, and that's her. She has found her purpose. Yes, Gabriela, you are enough. You are so enough. It's unbelievable how enough you are. Susan Batson gifted that to me. I gifted it through a kind of fun little channel with Sierra Bogus, and her platform, which is healing us all. So it's just so wonderful. So Abby asks, are there tips for in-person versus video audition? If you've already discussed, I'm late. No, I didn't discuss that, Abby. So in-person versus video. So in person, one thing they really want to know is if you're easy to work with. So please, guys, understand, everybody who comes on this channel, you guys are so generous and so loving. We've got the Setrakianators, my new fan page. I love you guys. But you're also generous with each other. They want to know that you're easy to work with, that you'll take direction. If they give you direction, you won't be resistant. So that's a really good thing for in person. They really want to see that. So it's hello, how are you? And then you get in front of them and you drop into your work. Forget about your personality. Now it's about dropping into the character, into the need, into the pain, into the personalization, which we'll go through if that's new for some of you today. And you stay in the work. For a video audition, and I talk about a lot in the work, which we'll do as well, that you have 3 different points. The middle point is usually your personalization of the person to whom you're speaking to, whether it's a monologue or a song. And then you're going to have 2 other points. Notice I'm not saying over here. You see how now I can't see, you can't see my eyes? That they want to see you in the video. This is also in person, but it's really because of video that we do this. So you're going to have another point over here. This will be generally, it's the dream with the person if everything came true. Then we'll have another point right here. Notice I'm not saying over here, right here. And that will be the pain, the thing that hurts so much. So you have 3 different points in your video. Do not look into the camera. You'll put your eyesight right next to the camera. Then this point here, you can switch to during maybe the bridge of the song, maybe a 3rd verse, 2nd verse of the song, back to center. So you start in the middle and end in the middle. And if there's silence in the song or you're transitioning, you stay, you'd never drop out. Keep breathing and you'll stay in the emotions of the song, which I call need. So those are the main things. It's just, you're gonna use the points live as well, but video, you don't want it to just be one here, the whole song. It's really nice if you have a different point, and come back. Then you'll have the arc. The arc is the storytelling, the beginning, the middle, and the end. The beginning goes to the climax and then it finishes. Maybe the climax is toward the end. Maybe it's right in the middle. I don't know. But you want to live it all the way through. So I hope that helps. Great, Abby. You said you have a lot of video experience. And yeah, for your editing, yeah, you want it, again, it's the storytelling. Remember that. You always want a beginning, a middle, and an end of the story. And that doesn't mean maybe the end of the story is at the beginning of the song. Who knows? But again, it has to be some kind of arc. And in your editing, really take care with that. Perfect, Abby. Good. I'm glad that helps. Okay, I think we went through all of those questions. Now we get to sing. Water break. So Ron says the great classical guitarist, Chris Parkening, said the best way to deal with nerves is to just do it. Yeah, I think, Ron, it's the same idea of come along, fear. We don't want to say, fear, go over here, and I'm going to try to be doing it without the fear. That's where you're going to get the jam. It's going to block you, jam you. And he's saying, just do it. That means bring it along and go for it. I also love that. Just do it. To me, it's like fake it till you make it. It's like, here I am. And they don't know. Oh, by the way, if you feel like, oh, my voice is cracking. Oh, no, it feels 500 times more inside us. They might not even notice. And by the way, never, ever, ever show them during the song that you made a mistake. Never, because honestly, they probably don't even know. And if they do know, you fake it. This is a quick story about Liza Minnelli. I saw her at the Radio City Music Hall. She was older in her career, and so her voice wasn't as fresh as it was in her younger days. And she was singing the song center stage. If you don't know, Radio City, it's the most huge. It's unbelievably big. I don't know how many people they got in there, but it is so big. And she was belting out her song. And the end of the song had a big money note, belt note, and she goes, ah, and it cracks. I mean, such a big crack. You're just like, oh no. And she sang through it. The end of the song, she smiles, people are clapping, and she's waving. Now, this is funny. So at Radio City, they have the floor of the palcoscenico, the floor of the stage. She goes down. So she's disappearing. As she is, she's like this. I'm literally Liza Minnelli right now. She's like, and she just cracked so badly. And she's smiling, and she goes all the way down. All the way down, smiling like she was the best in the world. Now, you know for sure, this is what my teacher says too, don't die on the stage, die in the elevator. She just died in the elevator. You know, she knew that she sucked, I'm sure. But we were all like, I guess she wasn't so bad, you know? So please, fake it till you make it. Just do it like that famous guitarist, and we're all good. Okay. One of your problems when you sing is you tend to close your eyes. Bea, that's a really bad habit, and we're going to now use some of these tools, these acting tools that will help you not close your eyes. If you're closing your eyes, you're checking into your life. You're checking into your sound. You want to be good. And what happens out here is your voice gets muffled. You're feeling it. We're observing you feeling it, but we don't feel anything. So, and I know there are a lot of famous people that close their eyes and stuff, but please, let's really learn the craft. You know, if you shut them for a moment, it's no problem. But if you are literally closing your eyes and singing the whole song, you can get away with it in a recording studio, but not live. Okay. Yeah, Liza is a class act. I love her, love her, love her. Well, Emma, don't send me the ones with you closing your eyes. You're going to do the work today, and then you'll send me a video of you doing the work, okay? Or you can send me one of you closing and the difference of you opening. Okay, so now we're heading over to our singing. Let's do it. We are 41 minutes in, and now it's time to sing. Okay. So here are the questions we're going to be checking in on right now. If I can warm up past a high note, this is from Phantom Fab. If I can warm up past a high note, why do I feel like I can't hit the high note? So he can warm up to his high notes, but then you put it in a song and it doesn't work. Let's check that out. And along with this, Katie's and Megan Stevens says, one day is good, another day singing is not good. She says, you know, one day I can get the sound, another day I have no voice. Why is that? We're going to go through that. One of the questions is, how do I develop my vibrato? How do I hold a high note and make it vibrato? We're going to go through that. And Lauren, that's Lauren Robinson, Dashrea said, develop vibrato. And then Mike Iron says, which are the best vocalises to do every day? And then Amalia says, how do I make my voice less airy? So we're going to go through all of those questions, and we're going to start with and also how do I fix my vocal fry? So vocal fry is when you're singing in your throat, right? I'm looking for my, oh God, I'm all so set. Oh, here it is. Okay. So we're going to go through all of those right now. Those sound like good questions? So please don't use the E flat 6 stuff. I don't know the numbers. Just say E flat, high E flat, or high E flat above high C. I don't know the numbers. I never learned that. Okay. Hi, Monica from Italia. Come stai? Okay. Tornerò in Italia, spero presto. Okay, here we go. So we're going to go right away to vocal fry. What are the best vocal exercises? Connecting to how do I hit the high notes? Why is my voice not sounding all the time? One day it is, one day it isn't. Well, this is going to go into our healing exercise, but let me tell you right now, you guys, we are an instrument and we are a body that changes every day. And so one thing we have to, and once somebody did ask about food, and this is all going to be in our healing, but just to say about high notes and why is it one day, what could be happening are some allergies. We're right going from spring into summer. A lot of people have allergies right now. So that means you may be getting dripping. You might be getting signs of that feels like a cold coming on. So things like that could hinder your voice. Ladies, we have our period. Our hormones change every month. So our vocal cords, when we don't have our period, they're supple and easy. When we do, they get thicker. And when vocal cords are thicker, it's harder to sing high notes. And I'll explain that later. But there are things about our body. Also in this day and age, and what's happening with our food is really terrible. With the GMOs, and they're changing our food. Our earth in the United States is not as healthy as, for example, Bea, the earth and Monica, the earth in Italia is much better. And they have more regulations about their food in Italy, because they care. They care about their food. We here are interested in money. The politicians are interested in making more money. So what I would suggest, if you're in the United States and you think you have a feeling that you have some allergies going on, what I've done is I only buy organic. I only buy organic vegetables. I only buy, and if you eat meat or chicken, only get free range and without any antibiotics or hormones. Very important. And I hate to say to buy bottled water, or you can get, water purifiers. And I think Goop, that they have a really great purifier. But you really want to start putting into your body the cleanest that you possibly can. And this will help this whole problem that you're talking about is one day I'm good and one day I'm not. It very well may be part of our environment and what you put into your body. Foods to avoid are dairy, because they create phlegm, and sugar is always good to avoid. And alcohol is always good to avoid. Those are things that can dry you out, that can swell your vocal cords, that can add heat. So we'll talk more about that later. But in regards to having a good voice one day or not a good voice another, those can really be part of the issue. So let's keep that in mind. Yeah. Good. It is true, Bea, right? Sì, Dalila, sto benissimo e sono contentissima che siate qui con me. Okay. And Nanda says, go vegan. And I've been going vegan more and more myself. I personally don't do meat anymore. Everybody has their own thing, but in saving the world, I think vegan is a wonderful thing. But I have to tell you guys, if I don't eat the organic peas and the organic broccoli, I get frozen because of my lifestyle. I'm just always on the run. So I do that so they don't go bad. But if I get the normal kind, I don't feel good. So please, I can only say, if you can, get organic. And get organic eggs, organic, free range, everything as organic as you possibly can. I know it costs more money, so you might want to check that if you can put it into your budgets, but it's a way to really save your body. Okay. So in answering the question, let's go first of all, what's a very good everyday vocalese? So I love that question. So let's go right away. Here we are, 48 minutes, we're singing. All right, so we're gonna go right. Erica, I'm so glad. Isn't Emily Autumn the best? She's the most kind, generous, awesome, beautiful, wonderful, all-inclusive person I probably have ever met. How's the dairy affects your voice after you consume it? It affects it because for whatever reason, it has, it creates phlegm. So phlegm starts getting into your throat. Now, if you're not a singer, you don't really notice it because you're just talking and you might clear your voice, clear your throat. But if we're using our vocal cords as an instrument, we're not focusing on them, but that's going to hinder them. So that's why. But you know what? Everybody's different. Some people say, I drink milk and I'm fine. That's great. You guys have to listen to your body. But just check it out if you feel like, oh my gosh, I'm feeling terrible. A lot of people have wheat allergies right now. I don't eat pasta in the US. When I go to Italy, I eat pasta and I'm okay. Why? They have a different earth than we have. So, but it took a lot of practice. Like those times that I went to bed with a belly ache, I thought, what am I eating? And then I thought, good, I got the information. Other thing is, please don't drink soy milk. Okay, ladies, just don't drink soy milk. I think you can have soy, but soy milk is associated in some circles with breast cancer. So please don't drink soy milk. That's what I would suggest to avoid it. It really helped me. I had stomach aches and I cut out soy milk. I was fine. So there we are. Okay. Dalila, good. I like mom. Tell her hi. Okay, so we're going to do 3 things. And I've done this every single lesson. So if you want to go practice some more, go back to every lesson at the beginning. These 3 things are so important. And they're going to be the 3 things are the way that you can have a healthy voice for life. Because a lot of you have asked about, when I get older, what do I do? Oh gosh, I'm older. I want to sing and I'm older. Forget age. It's about using your body as it was created. We want to hone the body for singing exactly how your body works. So if we're going to learn how to breathe, so these are the 3. Write them down, please. I hope you guys have been taking notes. Breath, support, and resonance. Those are the 3 things that will keep you healthy for the rest of your life. I swear to God. Okay. Excellent, excellent. Okay, so we are going to hone how we breathe at night. And Kathleen, I would love you to tell me as you're working here if this is a technique that you have been learning. I worked with a beautiful teacher. Her name was Marie Gibson way back when at Stanford, went on to New England Conservatory and worked with Mark Pearson there. Then I did a summer at Tanglewood and worked with Phyllis Curtin, which was life-changing. And Phyllis, when I moved to New York, gave me Joan Heller, or sent me off to Joan Heller, one of her proteges. Joan Heller changed my life because she really made me understand this. And I want you guys to get this again. I know I keep doing it every time, but you know what? We have to. Okay, so we are going to, and then it's got a little sprinkle on top of everything. I'm going to just move my light a little bit. We are going to learn to inhale as the body does when we sleep at night. So show me right here, where are your lungs? Taylor, I'm happy you're here too, honey. Thank you. Okay, yes, your lungs are here. Okay, I'm going to open my, here are our lungs. We have 2 balloons in our chest. And they need to blow up. How do they do that? We want to know how they do it. And the reason is because then those days that you feel like you're holding your breath, or what I call a panic breath, if you're breathing up here, or somebody told you to breathe up here, that's not how the body breathes at night when you are in your state of ease. Where you breathe at night is the bottom of the lungs, okay? Now, we do have ribs here. We have a rib cage that surrounds the lungs. That's true, okay? And then there's the famous diaphragm. Show me where the diaphragm is. Yes, the diaphragm is underneath the lungs. It's not down here. It's not up here. It's not in the middle. It's actually like a pancake, and it's a muscle. Tell me, what kind of muscle is it? My Setrakianators, you know, yeah? That's right. It's an involuntary muscle. What does that mean? It's like the heart. It moves by itself without me right now telling it, move. That would be voluntary. I can tell my fingers to move, but I can't tell my diaphragm to move. Now the diaphragm has to move. Why? Let's figure this out. We have 2 balloons in our chest. The lungs, let's think about them as balloons right now. Now, they can't blow up by themselves. It's like holding balloons right here and saying, blow up. Impossible. They can't do it by themselves. Air doesn't enter 2 balloons just hanging out. They have to blow up. So how does it happen? The creator, whoever that is, just did an incredible job. Emma Fox, you got it. Involuntary. Cree, I'm so happy you don't drink soy milk. It's a personal thing. I don't want to announce never drink, but personally, it really helped me not to drink soy milk. So, okay. So we've got the lungs. We've got this involuntary muscle, the diaphragm, and these balloons have to blow up. This is what I did in this previous lesson when I was talking about George Floyd. Okay, there is a nerve on either side of our neck. It's called, that's right, the phrenic nerve. The phrenic nerve, and Kathleen, nobody ever told you this, right? The phrenic nerve sends a signal to the diaphragm. The diaphragm says, got the signal, I'm ready to do my work. And what does the diaphragm do? It contracts. It actually bunches up, drops down. And in doing so, it pushes aside these organs. So your tummy's going to come out. And in doing so, in those balloons, it creates a negative pressure, or what I like to say, a vacuum. It creates this space that has to be filled up. And so the balloons fill up with air. Isn't that remarkable? So what my teachers told me was try to push air into my tummy, or that's how I understood it. They said, breathe down here. So I was trying to get air down here. There's actually no air down here. We want to start at the bottom of the lungs where the air is. Phrenic nerve, you got it, guys. Paul knows. Nervo frenico, bravissimo, carissimo. Wow. Che bello vederti. Wow. Okay, so we've got the involuntary muscle. Now, as I've always said, and I'm going to say it from here to eternity, because we have to understand Black Lives Matter and we have to understand what happened to George Floyd. This is horrific what happened to him, in that he was put on the ground and the white police officer put his knee on the phrenic nerve. So what happened? The phrenic nerve could not send the signal. He impeded the phrenic nerve. And even though George Floyd could speak and say out loud, I can't breathe, because he still had his vocal cords were available, but he literally stopped the signal, so the diaphragm could not contract and drop down, creating that vacuum. And so in 8 minutes and 46 seconds, he was murdered. Yes. So we have to understand that really clearly. And I really bless George Floyd for giving us this information. I will honor his life with this information so that we know how grateful we are and how lucky we are that we have a system here that's working. So what do we do then? As the singer, what do I do then? Now, some teachers will tell you, push your ribs out like this. Some teachers tell you, push your into the back. What I say is, let's make it easier, because that's actually going to jam us. If we're pushing out, we're jamming the diaphragm to do its work. We want to use our brain to follow how the diaphragm works. So we're going to think of starting the air at the bottom of the lungs, not up here. Panic breath. We're instead going to breathe here. The diaphragm, it's contracting because we have a phrenic nerve that works. Thank you, phrenic nerve. We are going to surrender the tummy. Those of you who are dancers, you're trained to hold this tight. Those of you who are models, you're trained to hold it tight. Those of you who go to the gym, or even if you take any kind of class, we're told to hold our core. That's fine for that. I call it changing the channel. We're going to change the channel from dancer channel, from going to the gym channel, from model channel, from not wanting to look fat channel, you know how we hold our tummy in all day? We're going to change the channel to singer, actor, human being channel. We are now connecting to our emotions, by the way. With this breath, it's going to connect you to your truth. So all we have to do is think of the air starting here, and this drops down and release the tummy. And that's it. Now, what's interesting is watch my hand here. I'm going to do the same thing. I'm just thinking here and down. That's all I'm thinking. Oh, my hand went out. So the teachers aren't wrong who tell you that the air, that your ribs will go out and your back will go out. We're three-dimensional. That does happen. But what I don't like about that command is that we forget, we end up holding this tight and think of pushing this out. Now everything gets jammed. So instead, just trust that's happening, no problem. We are just going to think, starting the breath here, diaphragm goes down, release the tummy. Now, I gave Lulu this message about the nose breath, mouth breath. What do I do? What I'd say, this is just home base, easy. You might change it up at some point for good reasons, but breathe through your nose, your mouth, and your cheeks, as if you could breathe through your cheeks, what I'd call the silent breath, just an easy. Lulu and I talked about, some people say use the nose breath, which can be helpful because it can connect you to the bottom of the lungs. And I use that in exercises sometimes. But singing is out of acting. And I don't want to, I don't say, how you doing, guys? You good? Well, yeah, I'm fine. What's going on? And, I've seen people talk like that, and it's so cumbersome and so weird. And I've seen actually singers sing like that, and it's cumbersome and weird. So let's just go for the silent breath. Yay, Ron. Thank you for the solid gold. You are so cute. Thank you, sweetie. I'm so glad it's helping. Great, Laura. Yeah, you've really honed this beautifully. Erica has a question for later. For opera singers, musical theater singers affected when they wear corsets, are their costumes tricky to give them room to breathe? Well, let me just answer that right now. It's a really good question, because I was in what's called the Light Opera of Manhattan for many years. It doesn't exist anymore, unfortunately, but in New York City, it was an off-Broadway company. My first week moving to New York, I got into the company, which was wonderful. I got paid $5 a show, so it was $35 a week. So I had a secretarial job during the day. But a lot of the costumes, Gilbert and Sullivan and the operetta, yes, you're right, they do have corsets. So the cool thing about a corset is that when you breathe here and you let the tummy release, it's all, because then when we do the support, which is the belly button moving in, which we're going to talk about next, it can kind of help you feel like you have some support. What I would suggest, though, is just make sure they don't make it so tight that you can't breathe at all. That's what's really important. I worked with the beautiful Bella Thorne. She was recently on The Masked Singer, and she was the swan. And I was there for her the whole month of January, working on the songs with her, and went to her costume fitting. And I wanted to be at that costume fitting because I wanted to see if she had a costume where they corseted her and if she would be able to breathe. Good news is she didn't even have a corset. It was just this really simple unitard, and it was amazing. By the way, side note, because I wanted to say this to you about The Masked Singer, that is a really terrific show to get song choices, song ideas. And what they do on that show, and what I learned, which was really cool, is that the song had to be timed. It could only be 1 minute and 40 seconds. So when you watch the show, it seems like one long song, but it's actually 1 minute and 40 seconds. And they couldn't go over that at all. So when I was doing the cuts with the music crew, well, they would send me the cuts and say, is this right? Is this okay for Bella? Only a couple times did we cut a couple measures or add a couple measures. It's a great show to watch because you'll see the arc of a song. You'll see the beginning, middle, and end. You'll see all of that. And you'll get some kind of really cool pop rock choices. Some of the choices are really good for auditions. because they're well-known songs. If you need a pop rock song, Bella did Fever, which I suggested to her. So I was really excited they accepted Fever. And then she did a Joan Jett rock song. So those can be really, really good. Those are both actually excellent audition songs. Okay. Okay, so Emma says, you seem to tilt your head back a lot. Okay, so you have to bring your chin down. So what we're going to do is I'm going to tell you right now about the fourth wall as we go forward, because we're going to be using our fourth wall. The fourth wall is the imaginary wall between you and the audience. And we're going to put a person, just put somebody you'd love to see today. Is there somebody that, oh my God, if after this lesson you got to go have dinner with them or go hang out with them, who would you love to see today? We're going to put them on your fourth wall. What will help with this chin thing is don't put them on your fourth wall too high. Bring them down and keep them there. Keep them on the fourth wall so your chin stays down. This is a bad position because the main reason is because your eyes are going up here and we can't get into your beautiful eyes. That's really the main reason. I've had students that were, they were on Broadway choreographed to dance, be lifted by men, and sing in belt high notes like this, which was quite challenging, but with the breath and the support. Kathleen and anybody who is a soprano who wants to belt, this is, of course, all from my classical teachers. Breath and support must be in place for you to be able to belt. And it's the same. We are not going to change the inhale and the exhale. We're going to get to support next. So please understand, classical singers, this has to be connected. Also, for you guys who are worrying about high notes, if you don't have the proper breath and support, you're not going to be able to hit your high notes. So that's why I repeat this every time. And I spend so much time on this stuff before we've even sung a one note, but it's really, really, really important. And it's also important to have your speaking voice connected correctly, because then singing is out of talking. And if we can get our speaking voice in the right place, we are on our way to singing beautifully. Okay. Okay. Okay, so Meg, I was Meg Stevens. I am actually answering your questions right now. So you just showed up. You had a rough week with breathing and had a pretty bad panic attack while trying to connect with breath and emotions yesterday. Okay, so the panic attack, you're reminding me of Emily Autumn, because Meg, did you breathe at the bottom of your lungs? We're going to do this together right now. Isn't it funny? You just take a little breath and you have a panic attack. So panic attacks usually come when you're held tight here and you breathe up here. And then the minute that you breathe down here, this is actually, when you hold this tight and breathe up here, you're pushing down the emotions so you can't feel them. So what's happening right now with you, Meg, and what happened with Emily, she lets me share this story, which is so generous of her. What happens is when you breathe down here and you release, you are feeling your real feelings. Now, what happened with Emily, she was with me, so it was easier. If you're by yourself, you have to be courageous and hang in there. So this is what I'm telling you, Meg, and this is good for all of us. We have to hang out and just let it breathe. And if tears come up, you let it sob. You sob it out and you do not stop it. You simply release. It's better to get it out than hold it in. So what happened to Emily is she was breathing like this. She goes, Mary, I looked it up online. I looked it up on Google. If I breathe like this, my fingers start to tingle. That's a panic attack. I can't breathe like that or I get a panic attack. And I said, no, that's not a panic attack. Actually, it's dissipating and you're getting rid of the panic. She goes, really? I said, yeah, just hang in there. And I was here and she goes, oh my God, it's tingling. I said, good, let it tingle. Just let it tingle. Keep breathing. Others, not Emily, but others have sobbed. Kathleen, you just wrote, it's amazing to hear that the breath work stays the same. Yes, ma'am. I really wanted to make sure because I thought you were going to think, oh, that's classical, Mary. Get to the belting. You have to have this connected, and you have to tweak this. If there's something a little off, it's not gonna help your belting. So what I'm gonna say to you, Meg, and to all of us, please, if tears come up today, we're all together. Let's support each other. Just let the tears come. And I swear to God, you get to the other side then. And Emily's here to tell us within what, honey? Like, we hung out in the lesson longer, but within 10 minutes, you weren't having a panic attack any longer. Okay, how does the breath and support relate to singing lower notes? We're getting there, Madison. We have to do support, and then we're going to go to the resonance. So just hang in with me, okay? I promise I'll tell you that. I didn't realize I was holding my breath. I tried to lay down and rise and fall naturally. I felt lightheaded for a while, numb and tingling in weird places. Perfect! Meg, you're doing the work. Lie down, because you know what's happening? This is what's happening. Do you see what Emily's saying? She thought she was hyperventilating. You have held this so tight to hold in those emotions. For the first time, you're getting air. That's why you're getting lightheaded. And you're getting this tingling. That, Emily, I've never seen anybody have that before. You, Meg, and Emily got the tingling in the arms. She just kept breathing, and it went, and it released and released and released. That's right, Meg. You've been suppressing it for so long. Give your body a chance to recalibrate. Don't say it has to be perfect now. Just go through it. This is the thing that Julia Roberts said, her favorite line. We are going through it, not around it. If you're going through it, honey, that's great. And by the way, we need those emotions for acting. And now you have them available. I went to therapy because mine were so locked, I couldn't find them. Then I found out that therapy actually also helps your life. But we have to use it in our craft. How cool is that? So you are doing it perfectly. So Taylor says, I'll keep this in mind next time my boyfriend has an attack. Yes. So Taylor, you be with him and just let him breathe, put him on the ground, that on the back. That was a great idea, Meg. And Emily, you did that too, didn't you? Just lay on the ground, surrender, because then you can't fall. You can't fall over. You don't want to fall and hit your head. But being dizzy, being woozy, it's all good. It's all good. It's going to go to the next place. You're recalibrating. Feeling through an emotion is a supported way it helps people process trauma. Good, ZB. I agree. But you have to have the courage to go through it. The minute you stop it again, you're back to square one. So it's better to keep going through it. Okay, Katie, I answered all of your questions at the beginning, so you'll go back and look at all of them. I answered all of your audition questions, so you can go back. It'll be on my page. Don't worry. Yeah, Laura, you also had the suppressing the emotions. We're taught in our culture not to be too emotional, to be happy. And what's so cool and what changed my life was understanding that the full rainbow of emotions, the sadness, the misery, the depression, well, depression is sometimes when you hold the emotion down, but the feelings when you're betrayed, or feelings when you're bullied, or feelings when somebody says you're not nice, or feelings when you're sad and feel desperate. Those are going to be emotions we can bring into our acting, and you want them to just go through your body. Just go through. Just go through. And then we go to the other side and we're in bliss. It's so good. Yes, I had crystals too, Emily, didn't I? So we surrounded Emily with some amethyst, with some tourmaline. I can show you what all of those are too. So those were also helpful. You got to the other side. Your mind was so much clearer and freer. Meg, this is great. What you said is true, and I followed through. Meg, I'm so proud of you. But I'm so happy that both you and Emily are telling everybody today that you stayed in, you had the courage, and you went through. Now, this is to say, you guys, get a good therapist too. Therapy is important, because I don't want to open you up and then feel like, oh God, my life is hard. Life can be really, really hard. You want to get a good therapist. They say that, anybody can put up a shingle that says they're a therapist. But that's really helpful for we actors. We have to really know our body, really know our emotions, really understand our sexuality. We have to have it all. It's such a cool gift because it's our responsibility. Because our job is to get on that stage and live through a character with it, and then we release our audience. They come see us because that's how they release, through our knowledge and our understanding and making it a craft. So it's really cool. Okay, so Emily says, just so you all know, after Mary taught me how to breathe, it never happened again. There we go. So Meg, she never got the tingles again. It never happened again. It was done. It dissipated. It left. So, and let me just tell the story. I'm finding the breathing can be our best friend and help our mental issues. Wonderful, Cree. So what I'd love to say is Nina's story. Nina's an amazing acting coach. She studied with Susan Batson. She took one of my classes and she lets me tell the story. It's going to be in my book as well. She was doing the panic breath and speaking very high. And she shared with me and the class that when she was a little girl, her mother was always trying to commit suicide. So she was putting down, suppressing those emotions, her whole childhood and her young adult life. And how she suppressed it was holding everything tight and breathing up here so she didn't have to feel the pain, the worry, the trauma that her mom at the time put her through, you know? So, but now she's grown up and she has to heal it. She has to take responsibility for it. And she was breathing high and said, Mary, can you help me? I know I've been to therapy. I know there's something wrong with my voice and I want to sing. So I said, yes, but I said, listen, you're going to feel emotions today in class. Is that okay with you? And she said, yes, I'm ready. I said, okay, great. Now, what she did, first time she took this breath, and I'm literally, guys, inhale like this. She took that breath. The first one was like this. Second one was like this. Third one was like this. And tears started streaming down her face from one inhale. And I said to the class, everybody, Nina's going to be crying today. Is that okay? And they all said, yes. Like the Setrakianators, you guys have to all be in touch and support each other. So she continued to cry. She was breathing. On the break, she was in the bathroom having diarrhea and throwing up. So I would suggest that Meg and Emily, having tingles in your hands and being a little bit dizzy is pretty darn good. I ran into the bathroom and said, Nina, are you okay? And she goes, yes, I'm just having diarrhea and throwing up. I'll be right there. She understood that she was releasing a trauma from childhood. She came back. She came to my class the following week. Never happened again. Never happened again. So let's all cheer for Meg and Emily and thanking us for helping us through that. And also Meg says she felt like she was running a marathon. Ever since then, you're reminding yourself constantly to breathe down. Yeah, we want to do this 24/7. So going back to which everyday vocalese, we want to get the breath the minute you wake up in the morning. This is how the body works. This wants to be our home-based breath. Hey, if you go to dance class and you're pulling in and doing your pliés, and it's beautiful, but you're going to go back to singer, actor, human being channel before and after. Yeah, Clarissa says that therapy is important because the panic attack is telling us something. That's why I said Nina's story. She had been doing therapy, so she understood that because she went through the trauma of her mom always trying to commit suicide, that she knew what was going on. So she was ready. And that's why she said to me in the bathroom, I'll be right there, even though she was throwing up and having diarrhea. So a good therapist can be really important. And by the way, I've also been looking around as we're going around with Black Lives Matter and sharing the mic. Gosh, I know you follow Sierra Bogus. She's doing light lessons every Sunday. This last Monday, she did responsibility with a man. I can't even tell you how happy I am. I tuned in. Daniel J. Watts. And please, what I would call the master of the soul. The guy is incredible. So please watch, because it'll really help you understand what it is to be a pure craftsperson, a person in the art. Okay. So just to trim down what Ron is saying, that the great Eastern philosopher, he says that having a panic attack is a great time to study, panic attacks and watch them disappear. You know, we're really taking responsibility, and we have strength to go through it. And strength doesn't mean I'm going to hold it. Strength means having the courage to go through the process. Really important. Yeah. Okay. And just one last note. What Meg says is that she was scared to be seen and heard, and now she craves to be seen and heard. So that's called a need. The need is something we have. And Kathleen, that's really important for you to add to your arsenal of the acting tools. The need is the emotions. And we all have this unfulfilled need. Some people, for Meg, she just shared her unfulfilled need is to be seen and heard. Your action, Meg, used to be to hide it, push it away. Now your action is to perform, get out there, get it. My need is to be heard. I didn't feel heard when I was little, so I have this unfulfilled need. It doesn't really go away to be heard. And look what I'm doing. I'm telling you all, you guys, what to do. Yeah. So the action can be really positive too, really positive. But when we're pushing it away, that isn't good. Okay, let's move forward. Yeah, so Emma Fox, that's your need. In fact, Oprah says that's everybody's need. We just want to be understood. We want to be seen and heard. So we're going to use that as our asset. That's how you make a three-dimensional character. And we need to be three-dimensional while singing. Not just have a pretty voice, but to connect all of us. So as you're using your fourth wall, you're seeing the person on your fourth wall who you want to see today. Why did you pick that person? Do you feel like that person who you'd love to see today sees you and hears you? Or maybe they don't and you want them to, because if they could see and hear you, you'd feel so fulfilled. So the need is just a sensation. You drop it in, you let it be there, and that's it. Crazy, right? So this is great. We're really understanding everybody. And you might have another need, the need to be loved, the need to be a star, the need to be somebody important, the need to be, I love the need to be understood, the need to be accepted. Okay. Isn't this great that Meg called out Emily Autumn saying that she remembers her story, so you could really have the courage. That's why I encourage you guys to stay in touch. And I know the Setrakianators are putting it together with Migle, Ya, and Shin. So this is all good. All right. So now getting to the support. So that's our inhale. Now the support, what is support? And Kathleen, if you get a chance, write down, if you can, what did they teach you about support? So I'm going to go through my explanation. So let's think about support a minute. Write this down. Support is for protection. It's protecting your vocal cords in your throat from hitting each other and getting damaged. It's helping your vocal cords not get damaged. For example, when we sneeze, we go, achoo! This action of the belly button moving in helps your vocal cords not to hit each other and get damaged. It adds a pressure. So what is it? It's underneath. So I always use the example also. I live in New York City. Here I am in Manhattan on the 16th floor of a high-rise building of like 22 floors. Where is the support of this building? In the foundation. So we have our lungs, we have our diaphragm, we have our phrenic nerve. They are working hard involuntarily. The phrenic nerve sends a signal. The diaphragm's contracting, dropping down. We know to release our tummy, and that's our inhale. Bye, Bea. Don't worry, honey. You can watch it later. Ciao, Bella. Ciao, ciao, ciao. So we inhale. Now, and the diaphragm is working, it's contracting, it's dropping down. We're just taking a breath. That silent breath through our nose, mouth, cheeks. Silent breath. And the tummy comes out. Now the exhale, when we expel air, achoo, is going to be like the building, underneath the lungs, underneath the diaphragm. We're going to go what I call belly button. So there's my belly button. It's like the inch below. I'm using the word lately, landing pad. It's like this is our landing pad, like the helicopter. And we're going to do this little exercise of on an S and moving, scooping the belly button in like this. Do that with me. So as we inhale, the diaphragm, phrenic nerve sends a signal, diaphragm contracting, tummy releases out. Now the diaphragm is relaxing. It's going up and it's relaxing. We are working. How are we working? We're sending. I call my method revolutionary send. It's not called the revolutionary hold. We're not holding. We are sending. We are following the diaphragm, following it. It's scooping in and the diaphragm's relaxing. We're doing what I might call a swing. With this energy of these abdominals here, the energy is like two balls spinning around each other. It's moving. And watch, the sternum here is popping out. Why? I have no tension here. Do that together. Beautiful. Now, we're going to go back and forth with a lip trill. Move your hands like that. Release. Are your lips vibrating? Yeah? Now, Kathleen, if you get a chance, I'd love to hear what your teachers taught you. Now, some teachers teach, I don't know why, they say push out. If I push out, it's jamming. Oh, there you are, honey. I always learned that support is singing and singing is support. Oh, God. What does that mean? Always said that breath support is the source of our sound. It allows our singing to be easy, natural, and tension-free. Okay, but that doesn't mean anything. It doesn't tell me how to support, right? So can you tell me how they told you to do that? Because singing is support. I don't think singing is support. It's one of the mechanisms of it. It's one of the three: breath, support, resonance. Those three things together bring us to singing. That's what I'd call. But is this making sense of what did they talk about this sort of belly button thing? I got this from Phyllis Curtin in Tanglewood in Massachusetts. It's one of the most famous musical, classical music festivals, summer festivals. And it's still going on today. I was there back in the 80s. I was there a long time ago. So she would talk about how this support is following underneath the diaphragm. And this is life-changing. This breath with this support is the thing that is going to actually, it will make you tension-free. I just want to make sure that that's what they taught you. I'm curious if they taught something else. Some people say, use your diaphragm to support. But remember, the diaphragm's involuntary. So we don't want to put the tension up here. It's going to be under it. Yes. And isn't it interesting? We're honing how the body actually works when we're coughing, when we're sneezing. Achoo! Let's laugh together. This is my favorite time. We all laugh together. You know when your belly aches, and it's going to ache here. Now, one of our darling students, Jess, she had an operation here. She had to bow out because the stitches were not healing because she was using this. And, you know, if you have a stitch or an open wound, you have to let it heal before you can use it. Okay, so we're connecting our breath and our support now with our voice. And now I'm going to get all those questions about low notes and high notes and vocal fry. Okay, so let's do the S together again. S, 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 s. Now I have a wonderful private student. He's from Italy, but he lives in New York with his wife. And he was telling me, he you know, young man in his 30s, and he has a beautiful voice. And he was telling me, and he has an incredible range. He can go so high. He said, oh, Mary, I have all these problems with that passaggio. Every time that note and this note and this note don't work for me. This doesn't work for me. That doesn't work for me. So I watched him sing. And what was happening is he wasn't in his support. He was in a high breath, and his support was kind of here. So we tweaked all of that, got him to this, and now he's seamless. And I told him, please never talk about passaggio again, because now you know how to use your support. Okay, Kathleen, what did you say? You said the absolute makes sense. We did talk about pushing the diaphragm and core out, the feeling breath in our stomach, back and sides. Okay, so I would suggest if you can try to do what I'm doing today, because if you want to belt, you'll never belt with that. So what you were taught, which I saw somebody, a very prominent tenor, saying the same thing. So they said, push the diaphragm and core out, feeling the breath and stomach, back and sides. Okay, so if we just inhaled, and now as we exhale, we're supposed to push everything out. My veins pop in my neck. So that's not how the body works. So when they say inhale and now push everything out as you sing, ah, rather than this being free. And remember, the diaphragm is involuntary. It is now relaxing, as Phyllis Curtin said, coming up. So why on the exhale would we try to hold it and jam it and push it out? That means it's not going to be doing its natural work. So I was mentioning my Italian student because he was doing something like that before. And then he said, but he's a wonderful actor. And he said, oh, but when I'm acting, I always do that breath and support because I know I can get to my emotions that way. I said, oh, interesting. So how about we use the same one for your singing? And he's one of those guys that's really intellectual. And he said to me at our lesson this week, he said, oh, he goes, you know, I use this now and I found out that it works. It's like, yeah. So I pray that you can try to go with me here, Kathleen, because if we can get our home-based soprano with this, then we can go and do any style. But if you don't have this, if you're pushing out and there's tension, you're not going to have your highest range. You're not going to have the passaggio. Like my Italian student, he said, oh, I have problems here and here and here. Please help me with that. Now, I think he thought I was going to say, think about the notes here. Instead, I said, no, we have to go to breath and support. Now connecting to your resonance. So hang with me. And I know we're going to do a private together too, so we'll figure it out. But hang with me here because this is really fun. Okay. Oh, you just made me feel so good, Facundo, because I saw her too. Caballé is one of the most incredible sopranos of the earth. And she talks about it exactly the same way. So my master teachers were professionals. Phyllis Curtin was the Susanna, and Joan Heller was a contemporary, meaning classical. She did all the super high soprano notes. And they've all sung, you know, until they were very old. So, and me too. Yay, Kathleen! So you're on board with me. This is great, honey. Wonderful. Okay, so let's do the S together. This is going back to Mike Iron. His question of what are daily exercises? You get up, you're going, getting ready for the shower. You're in front of the mirror in the bathroom. Do a couple S's. S, 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 s. By the way, if you go and watch your favorite singers, watch Barbra Streisand, who says she never really studied voice. You will see the belly button moving in. All of my favorite singers in the world, you will see this happening. You can really see it on Sierra, which is really fun. But I tell you, this is, just check it out. Also, people who talk a lot. Stephen Colbert is one of my favorite night show hosts. And if you watch some of his clips and you can see his torso, you'll see him going, so today, what did Trump say? You can see the belly button moving in and the sternum popping out. So check it out. Okay. All right. Now, if the lips aren't moving, that means you're not quite in the support. We can push up here. Okay. So clear enough? How we doing? So the first thing you do, you're in the mirror before you get in the shower. You're doing a couple S's and see if your sternum is popping out. You don't need me. You can do this by yourself. S. And for Kathleen and others who were told to push out on the exhale, it's how about this? Streamline. Don't have to think about it. All you're going to think about is that belly button scooping in. And right now, really attack a bit. Now, notice I'm saying send. Don't hold it, but it's kind of like starting the car with a key. Really attack with the S. We're warming up our body. Belly button down is our support. We're going to use our legs too, by the way. And we're going to warm up the body, that the shoulders up here. This is free. It's like a tree. We don't want anything jammed. We want this free. We want this to be our support under. And then we're going to become the vessel of vibration. How about that? Okay. Oh, you are so funny, Migle. Hi, sweetie. So there's this really cool thing on my Instagram page of a squirrel screaming from the belly button. It's like, ah! And also I saw an owl doing the same thing. They don't have a belly button, but it was exactly the same. So it's in nature too. So let's all be super belly button heroes. Yes. Okay. The rib thing is crazy. Never helped you. Aha. When a teacher said it, to open the ribs wide. Thank you for saying that. And, this is another thing I want to say to you guys. You have to decide. I'm telling you what I think and what, I took from every kind of teacher, not just the ones I mentioned. I took from other teachers as well. So I decided every teacher has something I pulled from them. Now you have to decide today. If you feel like, well, holding out my ribs, I feel better. What can I say? But I'm just giving you my take of what really is streamlined, what helped me when I was doing 8 shows a week on Broadway, 8 shows a week on tour, with rehearsals twice a week, on top of traveling on my day off. And I was fine. I was fine. I had a fresh voice, and I still do. So there we go. Your choir teacher never really talked about breath. We did breathing warm-ups. See, often choir directors don't know, so we don't want to blame them. It's just they don't know what to say. So you have to take responsibility for your instrument now. There we go. Okay. And Patrick Vacariello, who I talked about from Every Little Step, I remember doing a reading with him years ago, and he did a whole little warm-up, and the first part was doing the S. Now we're going to the voice. Okay, hour 38 minutes, and we're going to the voice. Okay. All right, answering our questions. So here we are. Now, it's true. We have vocal cords in our throat, and they do vibrate. It is a part of your talent. If you're a woman, if you're a man, you have testosterone, you have hormones, that's a part of your sound. The thickness, the whether they're thick or thin, that's a part of your talent. Your age, whether you're young, middle, old, that's all a part of your sound. But there's a quantum theory that says if you focus or observe a molecule, it changes the molecule. So that said, we are not going to focus on our vocal cords. We are not going to focus on our soft palate. We're not going to focus on all of this, which we can study. We can study, you know, the anatomy. We can look at it under a microscope and see what it looks like. But as a singer, using our voice technique, we're not going to focus there. Because if we focus on our vocal cords, it changes them. If we observe a molecule, it changes the molecule. If we're thinking about our throat, it changes it. And they freak out. And so many of you, younger generation especially, have what we call vocal fry, where you focus in your throat and you talk here. And this is something that I always talk about that, you know, that Kim Kardashian speaks here. It's a common thing to speak in your throat. Why? Oh, because you think you're feeling your emotions. I'm feeling my emotions here, and I'm really like having a bad day, and I need to talk about it, and and you can feel something. But the problem is your vocal cords are now these little muscles that are very soft tissue, are rubbing against each other. And if they rub against each other for too long, or they get, really slapped together, you can get a polyp, you can get nodules, which are calluses. And that's when people go in and have surgery, like Adele has had surgery, Keith Urban has had surgery. A lot of these people have sung, which I think is because they didn't have the proper support. So the vocal cords rub each other. So what are we going to do? We're going to put our focus somewhere else. No worries, Migle. You are enough, honey. See you later, okay? Thank you. Don't worry. You're the best. She's the head of Setrakianators. It's so cute. Okay, so that's an Instagram page, by the way. So this is what I call the front passage. So Kathleen, I'm curious if they said mask. This is often what they'll say for classical music. This is also what I would just call the dominant resonator. So in front of your ear here, all of this is cartilage and bones. And I talk about this in every single lesson, you guys. So I'm sorry I keep repeating myself, but I think everybody enjoys it because we have to keep going to the next step. So it's like if this is the cartilage and bones, and then inside here are air pockets. And I'm not talking about sinuses. I'm talking about the bone and cartilage. They're air pockets and they vibrate. And they send out your beautiful voice. So sure, there's something about the vocal cords. We're not focusing on that. But the vibration there, that's your sound. So somebody just said something about Adele. So Dalila, you said Adele has a beautiful voice, but you can tell that she pushes too much and sings with her throat, not with a lot of support. What I have done is I've diagnosed her videos, and God, I love her voice. I mean, and her as a person, she's one of my favorite artists in the world. And what she's doing is, and this is important, Kathleen, to take a check at, because she does the inhale and then she pushes down. So isn't that funny? So you were told to push out. Others are told to push out here. I think somebody told her to push down. So what happens is if you're pushing down and the diaphragm's rising up, there's going to be a jam. If you're pushing out and the diaphragm's trying to rise up, there's jam. If you're pushing out here and the diaphragm's trying to rise up, there's a jam. So where does that jam go? In the throat. So as you said, she always got sick when she was on tour Why? Because she was doing show after show after show after show. And you do get vocally tired. For athletes, it's as if you were, running a marathon. It's exhausting. I mean, you are using energy. You are a human being. It's not unending energy. You do have to find time to rest and recalibrate and restart. But because the support was not connected correctly, that's when I think, this is my opinion, of course, the vocal cords started to rub and they started to get calluses, nodes. So her first tour, she stopped, she went and got the best doctor, and they're great doctors, let me tell you. And this doctor did an amazing surgery, and she said when she came back, her voice was even better than it was before. And what happened? She went out on a tour. But if you don't fix the problem, in this case, in my opinion, was the support pushing down instead of doing as the body works, as the creator made us, of this moving in, she was going. And what you're saying, Dalila, is you can hear the push. She pushed it. That it happened again. Even after surgery, it happened again. So I say this to you with the extreme understanding, because we're getting to all of these questions about high notes, about belting, different styles. Breath and support stay the same. And we've got to have the sternum free here as well. So God bless her, because she's one of my favorite artists in the world. I've got her albums. I love her voice. I love her songs. I love that they're sad. A lot of them are sad. It's so fun to be able to hang out in a sad song if you're feeling sad. It's just so cool. So God bless her. And I just hope that there's a way that she can find the support so that she doesn't have to be in hell. I can't imagine what it's to be a superstar like that on a tour and you have to cancel. I mean, it must be so difficult, I mean, my heart goes out because she's just quite an amazing person. Okay. So here we are, Madison. She wants her lower notes. We're doing it right now, honey. Okay. So what we're going to think about, Madison's talking about lower notes, and that's cool. So we have what I call the floors. So the low notes are going to live at the bottom of the first floor, and then it goes up from here. Again, this is our dominant resonator. Don't get me wrong. We're also resonating without knowing it in our throat and our chest. If I wasn't, I'd be talking like that. If I wasn't talking not using my chest resonator at all. But I am doing kind of what we'd say mix. Some people call it speaking level. I call it talking place, but we're getting it out of the throat. So Madison wants to understand. She has a feeling that these notes sound weak and they waver when she sings them. So what we want to do is get sensation of vibration around our mouth and even maybe our cheeks, our mouth and our upper lip. For the lowest notes right now, you're just going to go right around the mouth. So let's do the belly button, S. Now, you're going to take another breath, same action in, like starting the car, and we're going to go for vibration around the mouth. And you're going to chew, Madison, all of us. We don't want the jaw to be tight. What happens there is you try to listen to your voice. So you hold the jaw tight to listen to it. It'll sound great in your ear. It'll sound terrible out here, and it will be difficult. So S, 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 release. Ooh, do you feel vibration around your lips and the upper way? Now, what Katie had asked is, how do you fix vocal fry? You get out of the throat and you think about vibration. Notice I'm not saying listen to the sound. I'm saying feel. Go to the sensation. Good. Yay, Riley. Yes. Hi, honey. What you just learned. Beautiful. With the breathing technique that you're presenting, I feel like I could blow up an airplane tire while singing. I love it, Ron. That's great. Good, good, good. Yeah, what's interesting is I'm not even taking a big breath here. Mmm. I took a small breath. If you just use the body as it works, it's going to just be easy. It's going to be easy, effortless, but in sync. We are synchronizing these things. Okay, so S, Madison, we're going here. Now we're going to put a low note on it. We're going to put middle C. Me. Do an S. Me. So we're going to start with an M so we can feel the vibration. This is a great exercise to start with. Everyday exercises, we start with our S. Now we're going to go for M. That initiates the belly button, and then we're going to go into a vowel. I'm choosing E right now because for most of us, not everybody, but most of us, when you sing an E vowel, you feel more vibration. And we're looking to get as much vibration as possible. And I'll get out my big singing bowl. This is what I mean by vibration. Yeah. This is our resonator. We've got the bowl here. That's the resonator. Now we're checking into our sound. Those of you who asked, one day, Meg, this is your question. Some days I can connect to my sound. Other days I cannot. What I think is the days you're not connecting to your sound is you're trying to sing from your throat. Now get the full idea what the beautiful, oh God, what Phyllis Curtin said to us. I was 23 years old at the time. She said, don't think of your throat as your voice. Now, yes, things are going on there. Don't think it's not, nothing's going on. Something's going on. But we are going to put our attention to say, this is our voice now. Our sounding board is our voice. And we are going to go for sensation of vibration, not for sound. That's going to help you, Madison. Hi, Erica. Science helps to make music better and simpler. Thank you, honey. That's, what helps me understand and to be able to teach you guys. It's like, this isn't just, push your ribs out and then you'll support. It doesn't go with physics. It doesn't go with how the body works. So I love the idea of going, oh my gosh, now I understand how it works. Now, my first teacher said to me, sing out here, sing out here. I didn't know how to put my voice out here. When I understood that this is our front passage resonator, that we have actually a sounding board that I could actually feel, then I felt more in control of my voice. So let's do an S. We'll go back to me. Me. Try that. Me. Good. Now we're going to go. Okay, now we're going to go here. Me. Sing that with me. S. Me. Good. Now we're going to go down with Madison. We're going down, okay? So men, you can sing this too. This isn't too low for you. In your range, the lower range, right around your mouth. We're not going to push down, Madison. We're not going to go. We're going to only keep it at the bottom floor, which is around the mouth. S. Me. Now, if you want to use me like we're talking to each other, you can. If you want to use your fourth wall and see your friend who you want to see today, just send it to them. S. Me. Good. Now you're going to do ma. So S. Ma. Oh, now for the question of how do I make my voice less airy, Cree, this is for you, I think, and also for Amalia. Notice I'm not saying open the back. Ma. Now, Kathleen, did anybody ever tell you to open your throat? I don't know why, but some classical teachers say to everybody, open your throat. Now, no, okay? Because we want the throat, our wonderful, beautiful throat, to be normal. We don't want it to be, we want it to be like out of talking. And we don't talk like this. How are you doing? Unless I'm choosing a character, and I'd like to talk like that through my character. That's fun. Then you can use that color. And sometimes, like I was talking to Cree about this, sometimes we have a style and we want it to be airy. But right now we're going for home base vibration. Beautiful, strong, gorgeous vibration. You heard open your throat before, but you could never figure out what that meant. Okay, Kathleen, unfortunately you were on the okay. What that meant was, I don't know, they're wrong. Okay, this is what I think about open throat. I have said it to a student before. This is why. I had a student, I've had a few. Usually it's the opposite. Usually the throat, people have been told, open your throat. And it's been too dissipated. And that's what I would say to you, Cree, it's too dissipated. So now I have said open throat when the throat was tight. If I had a student that was like this and talking very tight and their throat was tight, usually it's because of emotions, and the emotions was trauma. And now they had to get their tight throat back to normal. So I would say, open your throat. And then it would be back to normal. Now, someone like you and me, Kathleen, sorry if I called you Catherine before, Kathleen, if you and me have a normal throat, or all of us here, Dalila, Ron, Madison, a normal throat, but you have a teacher who says, open it. It's like a rubber band that's been stretched too far. It dissipates. And that's what causes the airy sound. When you say, how do I get a not airy sound? What we have to do then is close it back to normal. So it sounds like you don't have a problem because you just ignored them. Good job. Because you listened to yourself, Kathleen. You said, I don't know what they're talking about, so never mind. And I remember long ago, one of my students said, Mary, you told me not to open my throat, and now I'm with a teacher in school, and they're telling me to open it, but I'm not doing it. I'm just doing my own thing. And then they say, great job. So it's like they don't even know what they're talking about. I'm sorry, I get so mad. So Riley is saying that she says they're seeing a lot of raise your soft palate and drop your jaw everywhere. Okay, so we'll get into that with the high notes when they talk about raise your soft palate. That's for high notes. Dropping your jaw, it depends on the student. Like I said before, we were chewing. We want the jaw to be free. For some of you, to say drop the jaw is very useful because you're like, ah. For others of you, it may not work. So it's really hard. We can't be cookie cutter with everything. I'm going to get back to raise your soft palate because that's, for me, not good, because that's checking inside the mechanism, and it goes under the quantum theory of if you observe a molecule, it changes the molecule. So we're instead going for vibration. Yay, Madison, I'm so glad it's helpful. We're going to keep doing this exercise. S, S. Now, when we get to the M, chew. Instead of dropping your jaw, we're going to move the jaw by chewing. It's an exercise to train these muscles in the jaw not to hold. They do need to be free. What my teacher told me, and write this down, the jaw swings away from the tone. Let's try S. S. Ma. So keep it around your mouth. S, ma. Ma. Right around here. We're going to do E this time. S. Now it's getting lower, but notice I'm not going me. I'm just going me. S, s, me. S, s, round your mouth. Me. Getting really low now. S, s, me. Now, if somebody said drop your jaw here, me, it wouldn't help. Instead, we're just swinging the jaw away. Me. Good. Now, ZB is saying that you think that you're tightening your throat. So for you, try to just surrender open. Va. If you're going va, va. So let's do va now. And now we're going to go up. S, va. S, s, va. Okay, so Erica, you're saying, how have you ever tried like a stiff jaw that you're scared it's going to lock when you sing too long or too hard? What do you do? What I do, Erica, is move the jaw a little bit side to side. Because that way you're not opening it too wide. Some people have locked jaw, you know, so, or like that really tight jaw problem. The name is going out of my mind. You know what I mean? So you want to just move your jaw side to side. I think, Riley, you and I did that. Oh, good, ZB. Is that making sense? So just surrender. I would suggest, ZB, that you use the vowel ah. Let's go to ah now. Ooh, ah. Now, as we're doing this, Erica, try moving the jaw side to side. S, s, ooh, ah. We'll go a little longer. S, s, ooh, ah. Wonderful, ZB. Wonderful. Oh, I'm so glad. Now, I can't tell from your picture if you're a male or a female. Can you tell me? Just wondering about our range for you. S, ooh, ah. Good. Great, Riley. She said that moving the jaw side to side is really helpful. I would suggest that that's what my teacher says. She says the jaw swings away from the tone. How cool is that? We have this tone and vibration up here, and we don't attach the jaw with it. Marilyn Horn, by the way, she is one of the best mezzo-sopranos of our USA history of opera singers. And I saw her, I say the story all the time, but I saw her at 80 years old in Rome doing a master class. And she uses this exact technique. So it's belly button here. Let's keep going up. So S, let's use the M this time. Now, if you're doing too open and it's airy, use the vowel E. Let's try E this time. Now notice the tongue. The tip of the tongue is going to be settled behind the teeth here. The tongue is relaxed. I don't like to say relaxed because, you know, the fact is we're not relaxed. But because we're using the breath, we're using the support. The legs, we're going to use that as well. But the tongue, we don't want it to be tight. You'll see a lot of tenors and baritones pulling their tongue back. I heard Marilyn Horn talking to a tenor saying, you are listening to your voice in the back. If it sounds good to your ear, and I think this is for you, Meg, if it sounds good in your ear, no, I meant to say Madison. If it sounds good in your ear, it's wrong. If it sounds bad, it's right, because that means it's in the room. So please, I always say, have a recorder going. Don't put the earphones in your ears. Just later, you can listen to it, okay? You are not to use earphones, ever. Only if you're doing something in a recording studio. That's a different thing. Right now, we're singing straight up. sorry. Here we are. So, let's do ma. Ma. Okay, good. Let's come down. Let's do V again. Let's do E. Now, you better be initiating from here. Good. How are your low notes, Madison? They still better? So helpful. Good. Now, this is also answering Meg's question, Megan Stevens, that when sometimes I connect to the sound, sometimes I don't. Remember, you have to connect your support with your instrument, which I'm calling front passage. Let's start with speaking. Let's start with the middle voice here around your upper lip, your lips, and your cheeks. Also for talking, getting out of vocal fry. There's something called voice craft, which tells you to sing and speak in your throat. So dangerous. We are not going to do that. We're going to focus on support, connecting to your voice, which I'm calling front passage. Write that down, guys. Front passage. Beautiful. You're a female. Hi, ZV. Wonderful. Don't worry. It's really tiny. I can't see your hair or you, but that's all good, honey. Thank you. Okay. Marga, good. Doing better, Madison. Woohoo! You got your low note. Question answered. Okay, good. Now, we're keep going here, which my everyday vocalese. So again, we do it in order. We do the S. We connect to our speaking. Say mi-me-ma. Say that with me. Mi-me-ma. And again, the jaw swings away. Mi-me-ma. Good, Laura. You're feeling better in the low notes. Good. Let's do the lip trill. Okay. Now, we're going to now go up the scale. Here come the questions about high notes. Let's see. If I note, why do I feel like I can't hit the high note, which I'm thinking he means in a song? The other one day I can hit a high note, the other I can't. Now, Katie, who left to go to work, but she's going to come back. One day you can hit a note, the other day you can't. To me, it means you're probably not in your support. You got to connect to the support to the resonator. Right now, this is home-based resonator. Mi, me, ma. Say that with me with your hands. Mi, me, ma. Now, I love a staccato exercise. Thank you, Meg. Yeah, vocal fry. Okay. But I got it confused with voice craft. Don't ever study voice craft. That's more of a study of how your voice works. It's interesting to know, but please, unless you're really advanced, don't even worry about that right now. It's not necessary. I learned it when I got my master's at the New England Conservatory. Okay. But that's just if you want to understand more. But we want to focus on our technique as a singer. How do we think about voice technique so that the mechanism can work in its freest environment? Yeah? Okay. So now we're going into the high note questions. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So as we go up the scale, we're going up what I call the floors of the front passage. So now we're just going to use our brain, just understanding that this is now our instrument going up and down. You might have fun looking at my Master Voice Teacher React series. And if you look at Phantom of the Opera, I talk about Ramin and Sierra, and I really talk about this with the high notes. So we're going to use the lip trill to understand going up the scale. Now, the belly button moves in, I'm going to step back so you can see a little better. Okay. So this is my instrument. And I'm guiding the lip trill straight up my instrument. And this is my sounding board. Now I'm guiding it up, but I have to say I'm also sending to my person. So don't worry. The vibrations are all out here. And they are sending to the person on the fourth wall. They're sending to the audience. Now, I'm getting in my legs as I go up because we need more energy of support. So for the higher notes, if I'm initiating from the belly button, the balls are going to spin faster. And belly button down is support. So just doing a knee bend is adding a little extra support. So we're understanding that this energy down here, this is like our roots, you know. I'm not asking you to hold your buttocks or try to squeeze. I'm just saying do a knee bend. Just get this, and I'm not even saying plie. I don't want you to pull up. I just want you to just do a little knee bend. And this is going straight up. Try that with me. S. Now, is there anybody that can't do the lip trill? If you feel like you can't, almost just push here. It gets a little flabbier. Most likely, if you can't do the lip trill, you're not quite in the support yet. You're not quite trusting this action. Now, as we're talking about it here, as we go up the floors, it gets higher and higher. So here's my little discussion about high notes and the physics, yes, the science of high notes. As you were saying, it's so cool to know the science because then you know you've got something that's actually real. So let's think about that for a minute. Again, I've repeated this in every single class, but these are your questions you're still asking. So I want to make sure that you guys get this. And I know it's hard that I can't see you, but hopefully in August we'll have Zoom and I'll be able to see you and really be able to tweak you. It'll be really fun in the moment. Okay, so when we sing a high note, let's think about this for a minute. What's going on in our body? We're not going to focus on it for our voice technique, but what's going on in our throat when we're singing a high note is the vocal cords are getting longer and skinnier. So think about, so Dalila, you're saying, can you take part in the upcoming classes? Of course. I don't know. I haven't organized them yet. So don't worry, honey. Don't worry at all. I will announce it way in advance and there'll be Zoom and I don't know what platform they'll be on. I'll figure it all out. And I'm going to make sure they're only like $20 so that you can do that easily and come join the crowd and it'll be really fun. But I got one more free quarantine voice lesson next week. So anyway, here we are. I got to have another drink. Hold on. Okay. Yes, of course. For singing a high note, what's happening is kind of like, think of a string instrument. Think of the piano. Think of a guitar. Think of a violin or a cello. So when we sing a higher note, the vocal cords get longer and skinnier. Like if you look at your guitar, the highest notes, they're skinnier chords. They're skinnier chords. Or on the piano, the strings are skinnier. And that's what happens to our throat. The vocal cords get longer and skinnier when we sing a high note. When we sing a low note, the vocal cords are shorter and thicker, and they vibrate slowly. When they sing a high note, the cords are longer and skinnier, and they vibrate faster. So what's your guess? When we're singing a higher note, is the space for that note to vibrate bigger or smaller than the space for a low note? Okay, so let's answer that, and then I'll answer your questions here. Okay, I have this bottle. It's a glass, kind of like glass, I guess, bottle. And there's all this space in the bottle. I'm going to blow into the bottle. Listen to the pitch. Da. Now, I have another bottle, exactly the same bottle. But there's less space in the bottle. Da. Will the note be higher or lower than this note I just blew into? Ba. I want to wait for your response. This much space in this bottle. Ba. Now there's less space. Will it be a higher note or a lower note? Dalila says higher. Anybody else? I'm going to blow into the bottle now. ZB says higher. Anybody else? I'll go one more and then I'll blow into it and see what it is. Ba. JV says higher. Okay, let's see. Oh, well, it's an octave above. Hold on. Yes, it's higher. It's a lot higher. It's more than an octave higher, so it was hard for me to get it. Wow. So what do we do as the singer with that information? Yep, I'm getting to that, Lila. Here we go. What do we do? This is what we do. We have the lower note is here, and we go up the floors, and it has to get smaller as we go, as we sing higher and higher. We can't try to make a big open sound. So if I keep on the lip trill, we're just thinking smaller space. Now, if I think bigger space for a higher note, because there are teachers out there that say, make a bigger space so it's a big, beautiful, gorgeous, big, big note. I can't even make sound. I'll try again. I get the liquid level, but can't picture it in the body. Okay, so I'm showing you this. Don't think of the body anymore. Now you're going to think about your sounding board. Here's your sounding board. We are going to need more support for the high note. So that means the belly button has to really be zippy, zippy. And then when we sing a higher note, we're just going to go up the floors and go smaller. Also think about a violinist. You know how you have the, or what is it called, on the guitar? And you have, oh God, now I can't remember the guitar names. But we're going frets. You're going up the frets of the guitar. So you see guitars and they're like, ding, ding, ding. They're doing their high notes. They're way up here. Why? Because the chord is shorter. So the fret is kind of like our front passage here. We're going up, straight up the frets, and it gets smaller and smaller for the high note. So all we have to think about then as the singer, we have to think about a little more energy of support. This is going to be more zippy. I call it like Tinkerbell when we get up high. And this is like, there's something funny that I say, like a stupid soprano. And then it goes into this high, tiny space, like Minnie Mouse. Minnie Mouse is like, it's not ha, it's yeah. So that's where we're going. And the fret spacings are smaller and smaller as you go higher. Brava. That's right, JV. It goes smaller, 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 smaller. We're doing the same. Smaller, smaller, smaller. So we can simplify it. I want you to understand it by the physics, but we can simplify it. Just understand as we go higher, we're going up the floors and the space is going to be smaller. And I love the lip trill to hone this. So to answer Mike Aaron's which everyday vocalese, if you love the lip trill like I do, use it. If you don't love it, it's okay. There are other exercises you can use. You're welcome, Lila. Does it make sense, honey? Is it making more sense now? It's really a good question, and it's really important. And to get back to what Riley says, what teachers often say is for high notes is to lift the soft palate. And what I want to say is what we're doing, thinking higher, smaller, going up here, I think the soft palate is doing that automatically. I know the vocal cords are doing it automatically. They're getting longer and skinnier as we're doing it. We don't have to focus in on them to make it happen. And if we do focus in on it, they freak out. Why? Well, there's a quantum theory that says if you observe a molecule, it changes. If we're doing what Riley says that she's hearing all the time now of lift the soft palate, maybe it works because I think that's what's happening, but it's going to get in the way. It's going to be cumbersome. It's not going to be free. This is freedom, freedom, freedom. We want freedom. Belly button. I could never do the lip trill before because I was not getting enough air, but now you can do the lip trill, Meg. This is stunning. This is proof that if you just keep practicing, it's weird that we have to learn what the body already knows. Isn't that crazy? We have to learn what the body already knows. Some of us, because we have emotions that have blocked us, we don't do what the body does. We do the opposite to try to hide the emotions and oppress them, suppress them. Now, all of this technique that is exactly how the body works, it's freeing it up. So the fact that maybe when you started, this wasn't easy, but now it is. I was the same. I had to kind of cheat doing this. When I got to Joan Heller, and she goes, why are you doing this? I said, well, I can't do it without it. I have to use it. She goes, no, that means you're not in your support. We fixed the support. And you know what it was for me? It was that I was trying to get air down here. And so instead of starting where their actually lungs are, I started thinking, oh, start where the air is, the lungs, at the bottom, and then think down. Don't think starting here. I had one student recently. I love her. She's got such a great voice. And she was taught to go here, here, and then up here. Like, I mean, oh my gosh. It's like, what? It's just, why? I don't understand. But anyway, we fixed it and now it's easy and it's good. Okay. So let's do my favorite exercise. And if you can't do it, it's okay. You can use the tongue trill. You in Italy should be able to do the tongue trill. Those of us in the US, I don't know. We don't learn it from childhood. But I really want you to get both of them, the tongue trill and the lip trill, because we need it for our healing exercise at the end of the day. Okay? I believe I can fly. Yes. Hispanic unite. Brava. Bravi. Yes. Good. So let's do S. Now try the tongue trill. Now notice, do this, stand up with me, guys. And we're going to get into our legs for the high note. And we're going to use our hands like this. It's just getting it in our body so we start doing it now, so we understand the physics. And by the way, you know, oh gosh. Well, anyway, one of those famous pop singers, she was working with one of her, with her vocal coach, and they were showing her voice teacher, and they were showing, it was on videos and stuff. And it was really fun to see that her teacher was teaching her for the high notes to get into her legs. She wasn't even talking about belly button or anything. They were just like, go down when you go up. And so it was really cool to understand higher notes. We need more energy of support. So it was really fun to see that. Catherine McPhee, that's it. Catherine McPhee and her wonderful vocal coach. She's really popular. They do all sorts of technical stuff. They don't talk about the emotional side, which I love. I think that's a whole nother thing. But I love that her coach was having her go into her legs when she was singing the higher notes. So it's really, really cool. Okay. Let's try S, lip trill, S, tongue trill. S, brrr, s, rrr, s, brrr, s, rrr. Now we're going to go up. So do an lip trill, S, s, brrr. Really think small, right? Now do it with a tongue trill. S, rrr. Good. Now we're just going to use an M. S, mm. Keep it in the front, right? Don't let it go back. Mm. Now, I would suggest you do the lip trill. If that's feeling impossible, try pushing up your lips. If it's still impossible, do the tongue trill. If it's still impossible, do the M. Okay? So here we go. We are now, and Kathleen, this is important for you because I'm sure none of your teachers did this. We are going to now use the fourth wall and the person who you would love to see today. We are now organizing our body. That belly button down is support. We're organizing our body that these muscles here are not going to hold. And again, I'm answering these questions because this is about, we're warming up the high notes, and then we're going to figure out how to sing the high notes after we've warmed up, okay? Now we're going to go up in fifths. So if I see my person, we're going to do the S. Now, it's as if you're going to do another S, but instead you do the lip trill. So you're going to do S. Men, you'll be here. Bye, Facundo. Bye, honey. Thanks for watching. Come back and watch the rest. S. We're at 2 hours and 26 minutes. Oh, my gosh. Okay, S. We're going in our legs for the higher note. We're releasing our head forward, and I don't mean like that. I mean surrendering. We are training these muscles not to hold. Okay, S. Now I'm going to see the person who I'd love to see today. Maybe my need is to be seen and heard. And knowing if I see and talk to this person, I'm going to feel seen and heard. I need that from them. It could be a boyfriend or somebody you want as your boyfriend or your girlfriend. It could be your mom or your dad. It could be one of your family members, your grandparents. It's just somebody that you would love to see, a best friend that you haven't seen in so long, somebody who doesn't know you exist and you would love if they thought you were the best person in the world. So that's who you're putting on your front, on your fourth wall right now. So Dalila, today is questions. So you decide what you want to sing, because I'm going to take all of these questions and we're going to put a song on it. So think about a song that I don't have a song today. This is questions today. So I'm answering all the questions. So this is about what are the best vocalises? This is the one that we're doing. And if I can warm up past a high note. So we're warming up our high, and how do I sing high notes? In fact, we're off. Yeah, we're getting on to classical versus belt very soon. That's going to be next. So see your person on the fourth wall. We're going to use this and get into our legs. S, as if you're going to do another S, but then initiate like the the car starting. S. S. floor, right? Now we're going to just use our brain and think the floor is here. And remember, it goes smaller each time. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller as we go. Put your brain here that this is where we are. Now really go through it, not around it. Make sure that this is leading it. You're not doing, we're not making it with our lips. We're not pushing our lips. This is leading the lips. Not only going up, but also going down. So Madison, for the low notes, you have to follow through. You can't drop out of the support and just assume you're going to have nice, rich low notes. We have to actually follow through. This leads it up and leads it back down. Not and not. You're going low note, high note, back to low note. Going here, here, and back. You're going to use all of the floors. Making sense? Okay, Kathleen, no worries. If you can come back, check it out. I'm sorry we didn't get to belting yet, but we will, okay? It's like a 4-hour lesson, so sorry. S. Good. Now we're getting higher. Woo, it's going to start, the balls are going to start going faster. Feel like you can get into your legs even more. Really, really just go in and really release. Surrender your head. Don't hold your head. Surrender it. Because we're in the passaggio right now. So the passaggio, we have to have more energy of support, and we really have to go through it, not airy around it. Really compartmentalize here. S. And men like Ron, it's going to feel like this tight energy up there. It's going to be a smaller space. And for you guys, it's going to feel really like this tight, weird space. It's not going to hurt because you have your support, but the space has to be tight. Ladies, it's going to feel very effervescent. Woo! It's like Tinkerbell. Here we come. S. Tiny on top. Now we're in the attic. Woo! Way up high. We are like up here now. 2 more up there. Legs. My glass fell off. You do it. S. Good. Legs. Slowly but surely coming down the floors. We're still a little bit high, so don't come down too soon, but don't stay up there. You gotta come down. Keep the belly button and legs. S. Belly button bounces in. Round your cheeks. Lower floor, Megs. Madison, lower floor, around your mouth. Around your mouth. Around your mouth. Around your mouth. Don't push down, around your mouth. Wow. Well, you guys went to the high C. I kind of missed it because of my glasses, but then I was back in on the high B flat. So yeah, I didn't go above the high C. Okay, you guys have amazing ranges. That is great. What are you aware of? That's one of my favorite exercises. Now we're going to get into the stuff. So let me know. I don't think Phantom Fab, are you here, Phantom Fab? I'd like to know what song you feel like you do that you're not able to then hit the high note. We're going to warm up again. We're going to do exercises with the high notes now, but I want to put them into the songs. So let's go into our legit voice for the ladies. For the men, it's your lyrical voice. Is there a song you guys all love? I was thinking we could do, let's see. I've got, of course, we always have, you guys love Phantom, so I know that could be one idea. And then for the men, we've got some really great things like On the Street Where You Live. We could do a little bit of Phantom. For the ladies, we've got all sorts of stuff. Ranili, hi, you made it. Wonderful. Marga, your lips are tingling. Very good. Madison, you got the lower notes. I'm sorry, I'm always on a delay with your comments, but this is wonderful. Pearl, hi, honey. Don't worry. We just, it took us 2 hours and 30 minutes to start our exercises, so you're right on time. Okay, so we could do If I Loved You, ladies. We could do something a little more classical that everybody knows. That's why I'm calling out the ones we've done in the past together. I'll know from Guys and Dolls. I'm looking at my 16 bar book. So I love that it tingles. Yes, okay, we might just go to Phantom. If a male has notes that are weak between high and low range of his falsetto, it's just a matter of practice on support and strengthening those notes. JV, what song would you like to sing from a male perspective that are weak between high and low range of his falsetto? I would really like, because this is what Phantom Fab was saying, you know, I can warm up my high notes, but then I think you're talking about the passaggio. Am I right? Okay. What we could maybe use is Summertime. Yeah. So JV, maybe we could use Summertime because that actually starts on a high E. For ladies, that'll be our soprano. Okay, so JV, you said Phantom is fine. What note exactly? Like I'm assuming, is it the high E above C, above middle C for you? I want to get the men together here right now. Because we could do All I Ask of You, but it's not quite, maybe the Music of the Night, we could look at that. Okay, so it goes up to the A flat, doesn't it? Specifically E flat and E above high C that you want to nail. Laura, I think we that's just crazy right now. I think you can do that on your own. I can touch on that, but that's just only a few people can do that. And I don't want to put everybody through that. Jess, you're here. Wonderful. Now you've got to be very careful, Jess, not to open the wound again. Oh, here's James. For you, it's the A flat, octave above middle C is the highest you can go. So that's the Phantom of the Opera A flat, right? Okay. So here we are. So let's go with the men. Ladies, you can sing along. This is the Phantom's song. But how fun is that to sing the Phantom song right now? So we're going to look for the men. Through a strange new world, leave your thoughts on the want to be. We're going to look at that. First, we're going to warm up. Okay. No, it's an E natural, Dalila. But gals that want to do all that high stuff above high C, that's all pre-recorded. They don't have, mostly because of the set changes and all that. But the high E, they do in a recording studio. And if the Christine is not able to sing the high E, they have her do it as a C or a D, and they bring it up. Not to say that you shouldn't sing the high E. You really should. But I don't want to spend all our time on a high E right now. We have to get all the other stuff together, and then we'll touch on it. I promise. Okay. And Jeff, this is good for you too with the Phantom song, because I know you love to sing that. Okay, so here we go. Let's do our warm up. So I'm going to use words from Phantom of the Opera to answer the question of, if I warm up my high notes, why do I feel like I can't hit the high note in the song? And the answer is, we have to sing through vowels, and we have to sing with consonants in the words. So often the consonants or the vowels can be very difficult or be very easy. It's understanding how to get to them. So, so maybe for someone who's singing, close your eyes, let your spirit start to soar. Soar is kind of an ah vowel with an O, soar. Or later, let your soul take you where you want to be. Now, if you don't love an E vowel, that will be hard to sing. So we have to know how to sing all the vowels through all of the different parts of our range, even in the passaggio. So when I talk about passaggio, I first think, ooh, we better have that good support, and we better have the smaller space of the physics. And then we've got to also understand the vowels and how to sing through the vowels. So we're going to continue with our vocal warm-up with vowels. And also I'm going to use English words because we have to sing through English. Now, another quick question that came from a dear friend of mine, Jeff, he said, why do the British, when they sing, suddenly they don't sound British anymore? It's because they're singing through vowels, and the vowels are really the same. Also, if there's a diphthong, which is basically two vowels, we always sing on the first vowel. And the second part of the second vowel might make it more the English accent. So that's why. There's a Beatles song that, gosh, it was their first album, and they sang from The Music Man. Oh, yes. They, I forget which one of the Beatles sang it, but it was Till There Was You. And it all sounded like American English until they said, the birds never heard, never saw them winging. Well, in England, you say soar for saw. So you heard him sing, I never saw them winging. No, I never saw them at all. It was like, oh, that's when the English accent came in. But usually you can't quite hear it. So let's get the question really quick. Well, they all, yeah, Laura, I was just watching the Christines talking about that, and especially Rebecca Luker, they always sing it live if they can, but it's also recorded, so they're covered. Paul sang it. Thank you, Nunya. Yeah, I thought it was Paul, but it's so fun. Yeah, the 25th century. It's just in every. I'm sure Sierra always sings it live as well because the audience is right there. They can hear you live. But because of all the costume changes and everything else, they record it. Yep, they sure do. Yeah, that's the only place I've ever really heard a big England change. Okay, so here we go. We're going to say, she sees me. Now, we want to get the jaw really released because where you long to be, we're going to get into the E vowel. So, long to be, we'll do that. Okay, so everything is going to be vertical because that means the harmonics and overtones can ring really beautifully. If it's long to be, it's not going to be that beautiful tone ringing on top. So everything is released vertically and the tongue is relaxed and the E vowel even is vertical. Be, long to be. So long is an ah vowel. Long to be. Say that with me. Long to be. Good. So here we go. S, S, long to be. Sing that to me. Long to be. I'm going to throw you the ball. S, long to be. Just that. Long to be. Good. And let's move the jaw like we did in the other one. Long to be. Notice my tongue is not going be. Release it forward. Long to be. To me. Long to be. Good. So we're just doing the fifth right now. S, S, long to be, long to be. Now I'm kind of doing it for the men. The men, you're going to feel tighter. Ladies, we sparkle. Long to be. Let me hear the ladies. Long to be. S, S, long to be. Long to be. Good. Men, it's going to be this tight space. Long to be. Men, long to be. But everything else is released away. Good. So we're just going to use sunshine to release here. Yes, the ladies sparkle. The men, you're going to feel kind of this tight resonance. So now we're going to go long to be. Let's hear the men. Long to be. Ladies, S. S. Long to be. Send back. Long to be. Good. Now, bye, Felicia. Don't worry, honey. Sorry, these are such long lessons. What can we do? Now we're going to go keep on the slower notes because this is actually in the phrase. Long to be. Try that. Long to be. Now, men, it's more like a laser beam now. Remember, the higher notes have the smaller space, which we did in the warm-up. We're still warming up. We have to have more energy of support. So I'm having you step into the high note. That's helping us remember that belly button down is support. So taking that step is giving you more support. We're also sending, you can even use your finger here to kind of think of that more of a laser beam going through. So men, it might be something like, I'll throw it to you, you throw it back to me. Long, S, S, long to be. Men, long to be. Good. Now, ladies, we're going to go up again. So we're going to sparkle it, ladies. S, long two. Now notice it's two different floors for the men too. Long two. This is where we can move the jaw side to side. Notice I'm not saying drop your jaw, which somebody it might work, but for us, let's just use the idea of swinging the jaw away. Long two. Men, same thing, guys. You're also going to release your tongue, your jaw swing side to side. S, long two. It's going to be kind of that tight sound. Try that, men. S, long two. Good. Now, long two. Let's do the ladies. S. This is the full octave. Long two. Here we go, James. You ready? Good, ladies. So it's two floors. Long two. Now, men, I'm going to try to do this sort of tight space in my resonators. Let's see if I can do it with you. S. Long two. So it's going to have this small space. Keep the vibrato going. Sound good? Yeah, you can't close the E's, Meg. So if you're going, if you go wide, ain't going to work. It's going to be straight up and down. Long, this is for the ladies. Long two. Let's try long two, la. Long two, la. Small. Now you're going to put the E through the ah channel. Long two. Some people call it vowel modification. Okay, it's not going to be because you can't. It won't sound. You have to have vibration there. So I love to say, think of the ah and go put the E through the ah channel. Long two. La. Now I'm just going to let E, vertical E, go through the ah channel. Long two. Now, men, it's going to be this beautiful with vibrato. Let it vibrate and send. Do not hold the note. Everybody, including me, says, okay, hold that note. We don't mean that. We mean send that note. So now the friend on your fourth wall is far away. So send it far. Here we go. Two floors. It's an octave. Long two. Men, S. Long two. Ah. You see, it helps to see me, right? That you're sending it to me. Now, ladies, let it sparkle. S. Long two. Catch mine. Long two. Releasing the tongue, jaw side to side, not going. Okay, now we're going to do this phrase and then we're going to move on to, I think we're going to do Till There Was You. This is really fun. Now, there's a lot about the character of the Phantom and all that stuff. There's lots of acting to be done, you know, which is meaning like personalizing your Christine. It also means going to that place where you feel like a little piece of shit. I mean, the Phantom feels like he is not handsome. He's not anybody. And yet he's got this need to be loved and to be heard and to be the master. It gets jammed up. We get his tragic flaw that he becomes a killer. But he is in love with her and he is seducing. So first of all, get the person that you want to seduce. And you're just going to seduce them with your voice and with your words. It's all so beautiful. The B and the D is very, I don't know what B and D you mean. Because right now we're on B flat and A flat. So maybe you're in a different song. Okay. You go to NG on the inside. I think it should be more open. When I get to the notes that high, do not go to NG, Meg. That means you're singing in the back of your throat. No, we don't want it back there. I use NG for an exercise for some low notes. We don't want to go back there. You want to go straight up. Use the use of ah right now. Long to low. Use ah. And then we'll put the E through the ah. Long to pay. Beautiful. Yay, Clarissa, your throat doesn't hurt. That's great, honey. This is getting out of your throat and into your resonators. Support into resonators. Brava. Oh, the consonants B and D. Okay. Yeah, so B and D, the b, is very forward. We want everything to get forward. So let's look at this, men. Let your mind. So let's interpret or analyze, I should say. Analyze the consonants and the vowels here. Let your, the ya can pull us back. Like we don't want the NG, we don't got so we want the ya to be as forward as you can on your tongue. We are lucky that let, that's the tip of your tongue here. It's so helpful. Let your, don't go let your. That will bring you back. And that's why when Phantom Fan says, oh gosh, I can warm up my voice, but then I can't sing a high note, the consonants can bring us back like a ya. Now the let, it's so cool that let is the first line of the phrase because it's bringing us forward. So, and that's why in our exercises, I was using M and I was using V because they're forward and they automatically bring us there. So that's really, really helpful. Okay, good. As a baritone, you don't know where to stop on high notes for songs written for tenors. As a baritone, you don't know where to stop. You don't have to ever stop, Ron. Go up high, go up high. A high baritone is the best category. Don't think about tenors. Just think about you. So just keep going high here. This is fun. Don't compare yourself or try to be their category. Just be your category, and that's Ron's category. Ron is Ron. And if you're a baritone, and if you can sing high notes as a baritone that has that rich, beautiful low note, you're the best category there ever lived. So don't worry about tenors. I hope that helps. So how are you pronouncing your? So I'm still saying your, but what I'm doing is the ya is forward. So let your. R we don't want to do. That's also the UK thing. We do what's called a schwa. So it's not let your. So let your. So we're doing the vowel that your is. It's a your, but we're not going to go seduced into the Let your mind. We're going to go to the M. Let your. Say that. Let your. I remember when I was in high school and I was playing the flute. I wasn't singing yet because I didn't want to sing like my dad wanted me to sing. I thought, let me play the flute. And our choir teacher came into the advanced band and taught us a song called Drill Ye Terriers Drill. And he said, you are not to sing the R. It's not drill ye terriers drill. It's drill ye terriers drill. Drill ye terriers drill. J.D. Nichols, one of the best teachers I've ever had. So drill ye terriers drill. Oh, drill ye terriers drill. I remember the song to this day. How crazy is that? So yaw. Let yaw. That's it. Now, some would call that modifying. Okay, we're not going let your, but we would never sing let your ever. So it's kind of the correct way to approach those words. Let your. Let, because we have to sing through vowels. Okay, your cat just split. You're hilarious. I think you're doing very well. Okay, so let is an a vowel. Let your mind. Now the word mind, this is what I'm talking about with what's called a diphthong. It's not diphthong, by the way, it's diphthong. I learned that in grad school. So mind is an ah that goes to kind of a little e, mind. We don't worry about the mind. We're going to stay on the ah vowel. Let your mind start. Mind is an ah. Mind start. So there it is. Mind start a journey. So journey is like your. It's journey. Through, there we are with an oo, through a strange. So it's eh. It's not strange and it's not strange. It's strange. And isn't that nice? G is kind of in the front. Strange, new. It's not new, it's new. You have to go through an E. Strange, new. World is one of the hardest words because it's world, a whole new world. It's not world. And you have to go to this schwa, world. So don't do the R. I've jumped in and out of all these lessons, but my improvement is undeniable. I love it, Nunya. Your choir teacher was so into British correctness with the vowels. Yeah, I mean, the British way can be helpful with the R. Everything else I think is American. Okay. Strange new world. Say that with me. Strange new world. That's right. In Broadway, the reprise of Part of Your World, I can say that Sierra came over and we worked on that. And it was very vertical and world. And once you get that, it's so easy because it sounds like world. It really does. Strange new world. Then here we are with leave, but we have an L. Leave all. Now don't get to leave all. We sometimes speak all. Just all. The L's are all the tongue in your front. All thoughts. Thought. Here we are in another ah. I have to say, I think the text is so brilliant. You know, and this is Charles Hart who did these texts because they understand this beautiful tone of the phantom. You see how many ahs there are? It makes it very, very lush through the ah vowel, except that they soar, but then now it's where you want to be. He decided, no, we are going to get a strong closed vowel of E. So it's very interesting to think about not only how you sing it, but what the composers wrote, what the lyricist wrote for the lyric. It's all quite we get it's insightful to see what they wrote. Thoughts of the world you knew. It's not you knew before, you knew. So go through that E. Knew before. Here's another R. So before. And as Jess said, that's the English way to pronounce it, before. You're not saying before, before. Let your soul. So again, it's o, but all through the ah channel. Let your soul take you where. Take is a hard one. Not take. It's a diphthong. Don't go to the second vowel. Take, just take. And there's a K, by the way. K's fall back. That's another thing. If you get succumbed to the K, let your soul take. Suddenly you're in the back. Take where you long to be. Where, if you go to the R, where are you? You're in your back now, and you're not going to hit it. You're not going to hit the high note. Yeah, I'd be curious if Charles Hart talks about this kind of thing. Okay, so let's try this all slowly, okay? Men, here we go. Ladies, come along for the ride. Let your mind start a journey through the strange, everything very vertical. Strange new world. Tongue release, world, good. Leave your thoughts, vertical, ah, thoughts Before, notice I'm not going before. Just keep it open O through the ah channel. Before, let your soul take you where. Now you can take a breath if you want. You long to release your jaw back and forth. I'm close to the mic. I don't know if it's being really loud. And let it sparkle up here. Yay, Meg. No NG. That is correct. Keep it in the ah channel. Okay, I think we got it. How are you doing, James? Ron, how's it going? One last time. We're going to sing it all the way through. Let's do Where You Want to Be, throwing it. You guys can stand up and use your body right now. You don't have to be final performance. Where you long to be. All right, ladies. Where you long to be. I kind of did a belt thing for the guys just to make it a tighter space because that's what happens in their sound. Gets up here and a tight space. How are you doing? It's going really well so far. Very good, James. I'm thrilled. Let's last time through, okay? Now, what I was curious about, James, you said A flat is easy for you. I'm going to do it just for you. We're going to take it up a half step and up another half step for you, okay? But let's do it the real one now. See your Christine, and you're going to seduce her through the ah channel. Let all of those vertical vowels go through the ah channel. I'm going to sing it in my soprano place. But men, you know very well, it goes tighter up here. The soprano too goes smaller, sparklier, all through the ah channel. Meg, that's important for you not to pull back and get in this tight. And who's my darling who said your throat was tight? I forgot your MKP, whatever your two consonants are. Make sure you release into ah. That'll help very much. ZB, that's you. Yes. ZB, so you can release a little bit open. For Cree and some of the others who are always a little too open, really think sparkle on top. Okay, here we go. Ah channel. Let your mind start a journey through the strange new world. Breathe. Leave the fools of the world we knew before. 2 floors. Let your soul take you where you long to be. Now softly. Only then can you belong to me. Now for the soft stuff, remember, you need more energy of support. Don't let it drop out. Great job. Okay, here we go, James. We're going to go Where You Long to Be. Let's do the one you know. Ladies, you can join me. S. Where you long to be. Good. Now we're going to go up another floor. That means we need more energy of support. The balls are going to spin faster. James, this will be a tighter space. Really send through the belly button. Okay? Oh, good, Doris. I'm glad the piano's coming through. Thank you for that. Here we go. We're going to do this for James. He wants to sing a higher note than A flat. So we're going to do it on this exercise. We're going to make this an exercise. So this is now Where You, 2 floors, small, tighter space, send it to your Christine. S. Where you long to be. Good. We're going to do one more. So it's going to be tinier space, but don't squish here. Let the jaw swing away from it. Let it sparkle on top. Really send, James. Really send. And Ron, give this a try. Maybe you're a baritone with a high range. Give it a whirl, honey. This is just for a fun exercise. Here it comes. S. Where there. Tell me how you did, James. It doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, so now while we're up there, Laura, here you go. I don't sing those high notes. I don't have them. I never really did. I have a different range. So you guys have to take it. But what we can do, you hit the note, but it wasn't for long. But you got there. That means it's in your range. So what that means, James, is you just have to follow through with the support leading it. It sounds like you had the support and then you kind of let it go. So you just stay the course and keep sending to your Christine. If you try to check, it'll stop it. Just keep sending it. So proud of you. Ron, a baritone's got the high A. Amazing. You could be Angeros now in Les Mis. I love it. I love it. I love it. Now I forgot what I was going to do. My mind is in so many spaces. Okay. So, ladies. Okay. So ladies and men, this is a chance for you to do your falsetto. Okay. So men, this is your falsetto here. And ladies, you can do that up there. So it's really, really tiny. If you're going to hit those super high E's, it has to be zippy, higher in the attic, and really sent. Riley has this talent. She's got those high notes. Who was I working with the other day that it was just like crazy, sparkle, amazing. But if we stay in the physics, we find out what your talent is. I don't really have the talent. You know, when I was in Hello Dolly, I sang D flats all day long and high C's. So I have a high voice and I've got high D, but I never really was more than a high D gal. Maybe I have lower notes than some of the other people have. So it's all about, you know, your particular range. But the fact that I can still sing these high B's, I'm quite proud of myself. Okay, good, Nunya. This is awesome. So let's try this. Now, this is for you, Laura. So you got to chime in. I'm doing it just for you because you're like, I need to have my high D and my high E above high C. I just don't know. Okay, come on. You're so freaking talented. That's why I say it like that. It's like, I think you've got these. But let's go really small. Men, do your falsetto. This is a great way to learn to use your falsetto. By the way, it's the same thing. Breath support, high space. You're just doing a very small space for that falsetto, right? So we can start it with what this for a lady is called whistle register, what I'm doing. So you can do whistle register first. So it's really small and then let it vibrate even more. Lots of support, small, tiny up there, and open it up into singing. Good. This is getting too high for me. For men, that's your falsetto. Ladies, you can sing the high C for me. Men, if you can go for it, keep going higher. If it's too much, just drop out. Don't worry. I have to drop out. It's too much for me. But ladies, now open it up. Yeah. On the ooh, here we go. Men. Ooh. Ooh. That's you, men. Ooh. Now open it up. Good. Whistles register. Now open it up to the ah. Ooh. Open up to the ah. One last one. Ooh. Do it on a little tiny ah. Ooh. Let's send longer on the ah. Belly button. Meg, I don't know. Maybe that's just what you do. Maybe. I wouldn't worry about it, Meg. I'm not even doing it. This is for Laura and these other guys that do it. Okay, Jess, you're freaking me out that you hit this. Your voice is so low. So please, this means you have a high range. Meg, I wouldn't worry about it as long as it doesn't hurt. But if it's too much, please stop, okay? This is for Laura. She's got this crazy range and she wanted these high notes, but this is, I think, how you guys can work on them. I really don't want you to do an NG. I'd rather you do ooh. Ooh is a little more in the forward place, and then open it up to ah. Ooh, ah. Last one. Ooh, ah. Ooh, ah. Ooh, belly button. Ah. Okay. That's it for today. So that's how you work on it. Do that little whistle register, then let it open up into a little tiny ah. How did it go, Laura? I think I can get to the E flat, not quite the E. Pretty good. That's wonderful. Anything above high C is like, are you kidding me? And high C alone is just spectacular. So please, no worries. Okay, so now let's see if I have the song. I think I have it. We're going to do a tiny bit more, just a tiny bit more soprano. And men, you can sing this too because the man does sing this. So what this song is, Till There Was You. We all got excited about Till There Was You. Let's do that. And then we'll do our belt. And then we'll do our questions about healing our voice. One singing teacher was always annoyed with you because you were scared of high notes. And she was like, you can do them. Yeah, well, Jess, you just happen to be really talented. And I'm really glad you had a teacher that says you can do it. It's time to listen to those voices, not the other ones. I'm so proud of you. It's so cool. Good job. So, Laura, you went to E flat, but still pretty proud. E flat is amazing. So if you're on your period or right before it, it's going to be a little bit harder. So you're you're in the zone. This is great. So you got above the D, you got the E flat. Amazing. Good job. Okay, Meg, so you're one of those crazy people like Riley that you can do those kind of crazy high notes. As long as it's not hurting, it's fine with me. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you need a little more support, meaning that belly button zipping in, like, woo, zip it up, zip it in. Good. Yes, Jess, good, honey. I'm glad you're thinking it. Okay, we're going to do the 16-bar version of Till There Was You. Then we're going to do a little bit, actually, do you guys like the song, we'll do that right after, Blue Skies. Think about Blue Skies as well. So, Cree, when you find the squeeze point, I think when you find the smaller space, I don't want you to think you're squeezing your throat. You're squeezing the space. Good. Yay, James. Okay, let's try. And there was music. So this is a trick to sing high notes because some of the questions were like, how do I sing high notes? So the highest note in this song, or one of the highest, it's an F and a G. And this is pretty normal. That's going to be a high note. And that's going to be kind of a money note sometimes. Things like I Have Dreamed, that goes up to a high G. Here, Till There Was You, it goes up to a high G. The reason why those notes sound high is because they have lower notes during the song. So they are wonderful songs for auditions. I used I Have Dreamed and got all of my jobs. By the way, if you do a song and you get a call back, use that song again. Don't throw it away and find a new one. Use it. And if you get a call back and they say, come back and sing for us, use that song again. Don't change the song. Keep singing that song until they say, "Ooh, sing our material, sing this or that," or we need an opposite of that one. Bring your book. They might grab your book and say, "We want to hear something else from you." But if it's a good song, that's your go-to song. Don't change it. Okay, unless it's a different style and you have another song that's a different style, they want that style. Okay, that's really, really important. So ZB, yeah, you got a little bit caught in your throat. Just let it alone for right now. Do the lip trill. If you can lip trill up to it, you can sing it. So it's what it is getting into the belly button, moving in and getting out of here. That's why I do the exercises where in the high notes, we release the head. Maybe we should have done that with a... We want to release that. I Have Dreamed is from The King and I, and it's by Rodgers and Hammerstein. So it's a duet, but it's really, really beautiful. So what we're thinking of with Till There Was You are all the floors. Know what I call high note envy. High note envy is when you're like, well, I do this for high notes, so I'll sing everything like that. No, no, no. You have to come down the floors. And that is, what was it, Monica was talking about the lower notes. If you stay up here for your high notes, you're not going to hit those low notes. We have to use your full instrument, and you have to stay in the pyramid shape, or the triangle shape. The top notes are smaller. The lower notes vibrate slower. So let's look at this. We've got, now the high note, and there was music. So what we want to understand is, what do I need for that high note? What's the energy I need? We need it to be small. We need a little bit of extra energy. If we don't have that energy, we're not going to be able to sing this phrase. So a really good trick, there are two things. One is to speak it up there in a high voice. And there was music, and there was music, and there was music. So that you have the sensation of the support, and you understand the floor, and you understand the size, and you're speaking it. And there was music. Then we're going to sing the whole phrase on that high note. And there was music, and there was music, and there was music. Do that with me. And there was music. Good. So now we know the energy we need for the highest note in the phrase. Now we're going to go through the floors, and we already have that energy because we just checked it out. Belly button, S. And there was music, and there were wonderful roses. How easy is that? Because if you don't know the energy, if you don't have it, you're going to be reaching up to it. And there was music, and there were because we don't have it already. We want to know the energy of the support. We want to know the size, and we just want to feel it. We don't want to listen to it. We want to go for that little fun vibration. And there were wonderful roses, and there was music, and there were wonderful roses. Now, we have to sing through those vowels. It's like you're not going, and there was music, and there were wonderful roses. You have to actually stay in this kind of vertical ah. And there was music, and there were wonderful roses. That's the channel we're staying in and putting all the consonants float away, and the vowels live through that. Isn't that cool? And now we get to go through the floors to that. We're already there. I'm sitting down. I know what I'm doing because I know what that note is. And there was music. Because I already have the energy. I can be in any position I want because I know where that is and how much energy for my support I need. wonderful. Okay, so here we go. S. Now, we can also get into our legs for that and release. Let's try it this way. Watch this once. And there was music. Let's go down, and then we're going to roll up with our head release and the belly button moving in. And there was music. That's another nice trick, too, to go use gravity. Let gravity teach us that we don't need anything here. You just have to guide your voice through the floors, have your support, and understand the physics of smaller, higher notes. What are you guys saying? Yeah, high note envy. Isn't that hilarious? How many songs is recommended in an audition book, Doris? I tell you, you should look online. There are so many now. You want your legit ballad. You want your legit up-tempo. You want your belting ballad. You want your belt up-tempo. You want your pop rock song. I think that would be enough to start with. Okay. Great, ZB. I'm so thrilled you like it. So let's go through the song now. Now you're talking to your person. It's really important to put that person on the fourth wall and sending it to them. So here is Marion the librarian, sending it to the music man and telling him, I love you and I let you go. Everything, I don't care what you did. I don't care if you lied. I don't care if you tricked this. You brought love to this town. The Music Man, I think it's coming to Broadway with Sutton Foster, right? And Hugh Jackman. Oh my God. I was going to say Hugh Grant. Wouldn't that be if he sang? So here we are. Oh, so you love King and I so much. Well, we only have one lesson left. So let's see. Okay, so here we go. You're going to see your person on your fourth wall, and you're going to send this to them and tell them about the beautiful music that they made in your life. We're using all the floors. Here it comes. And there was music, and there were wonderful roses. They tell me in sweet, fragrant meadows of dawn and dew. Now there was love, that's an ah vowel. There was love all around. Here comes the high note, so let's prepare for it. But I never heard it singing. It's even a little higher, it's the high G. Belly button, put your hands up here, put the words up here. But I never heard it singing. Say that, small. But I never heard it singing. But I never heard it singing. Now, there is an NG. Don't get stuck in the NG, Meg, okay? Don't get stuck in the back. Now we're ready for our high note. Now we're going to go through it. Oh, my gosh. There was love all around, breathe, but I never heard it sing. No, I never heard it at all. Now it all stays up here till there was you. Will you sing it? You sing it. I'm just going to play the piano. And there was wonderful roses. They tell me in sweet, fragrant meadows of dawn and dew. There was love all around. No, I never heard it at all. Bring it home. Till there was Okay, we're coming into the home stretch. How you doing? I love that you love King and I will be happy to look at that. So tell me, how are you? What are you aware of? Now we're going into, ladies, we're going to go into classical to belt and, or legit, I should say, into the belt resonator. We're going to use Blue Skies, so get out the lyrics. And then we're going to do a warm down. It's not really a warm down. I'll get to those healing questions. Let's have water. How you doing, Emily Autumn? Are you fine? I brought my big jug of water. This is a really good brand. Deer Park is really, really good. And it's more inexpensive. Just get it in the clear bottle, not the one that's kind of a smoky bottle. I taste the plastic. Just get it this one. You did good, Nunya. Good job. Anybody else? How you doing? Okay, we're getting on to Blue Skies. Okay. Yep, it's in my goblet. It's a long story, but it was actually given to me by Nicole Kidman, so it's very special. Okay. Actually, I need to keep drinking. It went really well, James. Bravo. Good job, honey. You're in your front passage and you're understanding those high notes. This is beautiful. It's a hard song. We could stay on that for another hour, but we don't have that time. So great, Laura. Good. Send me the video. One more week to send me videos, ladies and gentlemen. So go for it. Okay. So Blue Skies. Oh, good. I'm sorry. That's great. It's in your audition book. What a good idea. Now I have Blue Skies here in kind of a higher key. Let's stay in our lyric voices. Men, this will be easy for you. Men, you can stay with us here as we're looking at the ladies in our belt voice. Men, you guys, of course you sing in some chest voice, but you're always going to be in a mix. For you, if you only use chest voice, it doesn't change the tone. When you go into falsetto, it changes. So that's your special superpower. We have a superpower of when we go into our chest voice, it changes the tone. So we're going to look at that today. No worries, Meg. This is a long lesson. Can you believe all this? 3.5 hours. You're doing great. Please, please join the Setrakianators on, and so you guys all stay connected. I love it. Great, Ron. You got new notes. You're feeling wealthy. I love that gratitude. That's so good. We just sang a song called Till There Was You, and it's from the Music Man. And the movie of the Music Man, is it Rex Harrison and Mrs. Partridge, Shirley Jones. Watch that movie. Please don't watch it with Kristen Chen and with her and oh God, sorry, my brain is getting tired. Shirley Jones, yep. Watch that movie. It's the iconic movie of the Music Man. There have been some remakes, but it doesn't touch it. So please watch the original. Sometimes the musical movies are not good. That happens to be one that's excellent. Like Guys and Dolls, not very good. It's just not very well done. I love that show so much. It's better to see it live. But Music Man and Fiddler on the Roof as well, they came out to be the most beautiful movies. So beautiful. You saw them both last week. The original is much better. Right, JD? Right? Oh my God, that is such synchronicity. Cabaret, great movie. Of course, it's Bob Fosse. And if you watch the Bob Fosse series, oh my God, it was on FX. Now it's on Hulu. I missed it on FX and I saw it recently, the whole thing on Hulu, and it goes through Cabaret and what he went through to make that movie. Fascinating. And it makes you love Bob Fosse even more for all of his faults. Yul Brynner, that's The King and I think it's okay. Yeah, Chicago's really fun. I love it too. Chicago is A-okay. Rob Marshall directed that, and he did a great job. He's a Broadway guy, and that put him on the map. Okay, so let's see. Now this is going to be in our passaggio, men and ladies, but let's keep it in our legit voice. So all this front passage. So let's go through this. All the floors, right? Blue skies smiling at me. Nothing but blue skies do I see. We're getting it sparkly, ladies. Men, keep the vibrato. Some of the questions were like, how do I train my vibrato? Vibrato is letting the voice go. See if you can just, it's a nice way to work on the vibrato. If you kind of go from one note to another note and then sort of do a little trill and then let it release. You have to have your support. You can't see me because I'm sitting down, but make sure that belly button moves in. Yeah, when I post this video, Nunya, I will put the songs we worked on in the description, okay? Because I didn't put them in advance because I really didn't know what we were going to work on today. I wanted it to take it from you guys because you asked the questions. So I will be happy to do that for sure. Okay, perfect. The Music Man, Phantom of the Opera is what we worked on. This is Blue Skies by Irving Berlin. It's not really from a show. So this is Blue Skies. I think that's what we worked on so far, right? Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Keep going. Blue Skies, singing a song. Blue skies, singing a song. Nothing but blue skies from now on. So what's interesting about this song is like saying blue skies. Sometimes you hear it up tempo. Blue skies smiling at me, nothing but blue skies. It's a fun jazz song. We're using it now as a ballad and a sad ballad. It's like they're missing their person, they're feeling lonely, and they're singing the happiest lyrics, but going into loneliness. So isn't that interesting for us as acting? So now, Never Saw the Sun, we're keeping it in the men. This is really a good man's key. It's also good for ladies. We're really sparkling our soprano. Never saw the sun shining so bright. Never saw things going so right. Sparkle on top. Noticing the days hurrying by. When you're in love, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on. So we were all in these sort of middle floors using the pyramid. Now, what's interesting is the first note, blue sky, that's a B natural. That might feel harder to sing because that is the passaggio note. Some of these marvelous, amazing composers, Stephen Sondheim, Jason Robert Brown, Kander and Ebb, they all write, Leonard Bernstein, they all write in the passaggio. And the reason they do that because it's more exciting there. It's exciting for the characters. So that's another day we can talk about really breaking down the songs. Irving Berlin. Yep, Irving Berlin, B-E-R-L-I-N. Good. Isn't it pretty ballad? It's very sad. So now we're going to lower the key, but we're going to keep it in the beautiful resonators. And men, just stay. It's going to be lower. If it feels too low for you guys, keep it around your mouth. Don't push down. Really keep it around your mouth. Yeah, it's such a fun ballad. I love it too. You know, I heard Willie Nelson. I don't like him. Maybe, you know, maybe even Judy Garland sings it. I'm not sure. You might have to just look around on the internet, but it's really, really pretty. White Christmas. Okay, so what? And it was in the musical White Christmas. I was in a show called The Jazz Singer, and we did songs like this. And I played Mary in The Jazz Singer, character of Mary. Am I Mary? Okay, Ella Fitzgerald. Yep. I don't know if she does it slow, but check out all the icons. They all sing it. This is an iconic song. So I'm bringing it down. Let's see. Blue skies. Now I'm going to keep it in my front passage resonators. I'm not going to go into belting right now. Blue skies smiling at me, nothing but blue skies do I see. Bluebirds, all of them go singing a song, nothing but bluebirds from now on. Men, this should be here. Ladies, keep it in your soprano, just sparkly vibrating through the front passage. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right, noticing the days hurrying by. When you're in love, my, how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, there's nothing but blue skies from now on. Now for the need, it's probably the need to be loved. So you probably put that person on the fourth wall that you want to love you, but they don't. Maybe if you had a broken heart one day, you can use the person that broke your heart. Now we're going to do the same song, but we're going to choose a different resonator for the ladies. Men, you stay clear. Underappreciated singer was Matt Monroe. Wonderful. Guys, let's check out Matt Monroe. Worth checking out. Great. Thank you for sharing that. So ladies, now we're going to have our breath and support exactly the same as I promised. All we're doing is changing the resonator. So this is for you guys. All the questions were about, let me just make sure I got all these questions. Here they are. Broadway home base, but I want to sound more classical. Well, we did all the classical just now, so that was vibrating and getting all those overtones ringing. You guys did that great. So now we're going the other direction for the Broadway sound. To improve your lower notes, we did that. Improve your belting. Is it harder when you're older? No, we're going to just, I'm going to show you the belting now. And men, you're good. Classical soprano, going to belt. And this is from Leah, who says that her highest note right now is A. So, ladies, we are now going to warm up our chest resonator. And what I'd like to say about that is we're going to use the NG. How about that? I think Meg Lesbeth. So, but we're going to go into only this resonator now. We're going to forego the front passage. We're not even going to mix. We're only going to go into chest. Men, you mix and just, you'll feel some chest. Don't feel like you're only going into chest. It's not for you. Okay? Oh, thank you for your compliment about my voice. The fact is, I've been doing this for almost 40 years, singing since I was a kid, actually, so even longer. And look at that. I can sing it with you guys. And some people say they get older and they can't sing. I hope that I can be the proof that as you get older, you can still sing with great technique and great sound. So here we go. All right. So ladies, we're going to go ga. We're only going to go into our chest resonator. Belly button S. Ga. Now we're going to go lower. Ga. So notice how I'm doing what I call tevya. We're releasing. We don't want anything tightening. We got to have this completely surrendered, and the belly button moving in, same thing. It doesn't change. How about that? Yep. How's it going? Are you finding this resonance? Try one with your hand on your chest. Ga. Ooh, I can feel my hand on my chest. It's resonating. I'd rather you have your hands out here and just trusting the vibration. Belly button. Ga. Now, we are going to say the words blue skies. We're going to throw a ball. Now we're going to throw it under. Remember all the other exercises we did with soprano, tenor, baritone? We were throwing over for legit to get all of the sparkly vibration above. Now, for the ladies, we are going to only have this resonator, so we're going to throw under. Meanwhile, we're going to figure out the vowels because we have to sing through vowels, so we know blue skies. That's an ah. It's really fun to find the resonator through ah. So we're going to make this an exercise. Get into your legs for the first one, and we're going to toss from under. Please stand up and please really use your legs. We are training the body. That's going to be our it's like our springboard. And it goes in conjunction with the belly button moving in. So listen once. S. Blue skies. Try that. S. Breathe. Blue skies. I'm not interested in blue skies. Blue sky. I only changed the resonator. Blue skies. Blue skies. Wow. That's the only thing that changed. But notice the breath and the support did not change. That is our saving grace. A little higher, throw it under. S. Blue skies. Good. So we're just going to go blue skies. So we're staying in chest. You can be healthy to go all the way up to B flat in only chest voice. We might mix when we're up there, but right now we want to know what's here. So let's see who asked the question. It was Leah. She said she only has an A. Well, you'll have a B flat, but then as we keep going higher, it's going to mix, but there will be some chest in it, so it's going to sound like belting still. God, if you go back to lesson number 3, I spend so much time on this. But right now, we're really just going to get introduced to this chest resonator. And if this is your home base, this should just be fun. If it's new, really feel that vibration. So ZB is saying, anybody else feel like your voice gets loud? You are stepping into your power. And by the way, have a recorder going. It'll sound like hell in your ears. Hell. So if you are trying to make it sound pretty, you're going to be wrong. So take your freaking space because you are special. I want all of that power. I love the question. It's really good, ZB. And I'm saying step into that power. Really find out what's under the hood. Right now, we're opening up the Jaguar and we're finding out what's there. What's in the racing car. What's under the hood. What can you vibrate this resonator that's yours? And then we can tweak it and we can artfully craft it in songs. But the first thing, especially for sopranos, and that was the question, how do I belt? We are finding out about the resonator. How about that? Okay, here it comes. Throw under, S, listen once. Blue skies. Throw it to me, S. Blue skies. Good. Now we're going to throw under again. S. Blue skies. Throw it to me under. S. Blue skies. Wow. Now here we go. Keep it only in chest. S. Lots of legs. Blue skies. Make sure this is released. Throw it back to me. Blue skies. Isn't it weird? It's only vibrating here. Now we're going to do one more. This is now going a hair above the B flat, so there's going to be a little bit of mix. Don't even worry about that, but you have to think more laser beam now. We're throwing under, belly button. Listen once. Blue skies. So make sure blue is in the chest. And now it's going to laser beam straight tone. Try that S. Blue skies. Okay. Now we're ready to do the song. What are you aware of? So, Marga, maybe you do get too loud sometimes, but right now, you are not to worry about the neighbors, ZB. Who cares? This is your work. You need to sound loud to liberate the belt. Yeah. Hey, I'm over here screaming. It's trained as screaming. So if you try to make it, little and not bother anybody, well, you're not going to learn how to sing or belt. So we're lifting it up to art. This is so cool. And isn't it liberating? I agree with you, Cree. This is very, very good. ZB, forget about the neighbors. I guess, is it late where you are? I understand. But you got to give this to yourself. Now we're going to put that exercise on the song. How cool is that? Yeah, I understand, Ronili. It's 11 p.m. Okay, but maybe tomorrow, check it out, okay? Water. All right. Here we go. We're going to now have the breath and the support. Might not have to be so loud, but what we want to do is really, really, really only use this resonator. Now, I might even take the song even a little bit lower, but let me try it right now. Let's try it. It's midday. They will have to listen. Good. That's right, ZB. Yes. Marga, it's 4 a.m. there. Oh, my gosh. 3:53 a.m. You are crafting your work. You are in. Okay, so let's try this. I'm probably going to take it even lower, but right now it's here. Blue skies smiling at me, nothing but blue skies. Chest, do I see? Good. Let's go one step below that. Let me see if I can get the transposition. A whole step down. So now it's blue skies this? Jess, you're going to love this. So just let it resonate in your chest. Good, Nunya. I'm glad they can still hear you. This is good. Just have fun, you guys. Just let it. And I could even do this soft with my belly. If you have your belly button, blue skies, only here. Blue skies smiling at me, nothing but blue skies do I see. In your chest, blue birds singing a song, nothing but bluebirds from now on. Now this will stay in your chest. It's going to stay there because it's possible. Have your belly button. Never saw the sun. So it's going to an A natural. So this is so easy in your chest. Just let it resonate here. Here we go. Never saw the sun shining so bright. Never saw things going so right. Chest, noticing the days hurrying by. When you're in love, by how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone. Nothing but blue skies from now on. Wow, that was awesome. Thank you, Clarissa. So what I really wanted you to know was how to change the resonator. Breath and support stay the same. How does the soprano go to belt? This is how you go. Now, let me tell you this. I have 10 voice lessons on my Facebook page, Mary Setrakian Official. I shared them again. They're all in a row, 1 through 10. And if you want to go and you can see which songs I work on, the only problem about Facebook Live is that the sync of the voice gets really out. So that's a little annoying. But just to let you know, I have more of that. And also the lessons we've already done here. I think we did Never Enough. We did the Belt Legit Day. So you can really go back and check those on my YouTube channel as well. Okay, so what are you aware of with changing the resonator from soprano to chest? Men, how did it feel in both ranges? For you guys, it would be here and then just staying around the mouth. That would be the lower range for you, which is great. It's kind of when Mary sings Empty Chairs and Empty Tables. Now, I'm going to grab the last and final thing we're going to do now is healing. So we're going to heal our voices. I have been speaking and singing for 4 hours with you guys. Did I use the bathroom once? No. Did I have anything under the water? No. Okay. What are your questions? Anything? Laura is loving it. Good. So if you have questions, I'll see them pop up. I'm going to go right now. We answered all the questions so far. This is great. So Leah did ask, how do I grow my belt? You just practice staying in the chest resonator. Then as you go up, we start mixing and we start doing some really fun little things with the overtones that make it sound like the style. I've done that on lesson number 3, so you can go and check that out. I love your suggestions about doing Evita, about doing King and I. So James says it sounded really great in the lower one as you felt it vibrated in the mouth and nose area. It sounded great in the higher one as well. James, you're knocking it out of the park, honey. You're really, really getting this. I'm so proud of you. Good. Ladies, how did that feel in your chest? I know a lot of you, it's 4 in the morning now or 11 at night. And I do understand what you're saying. You can't hurt your neighbors then. Okay. So I'm going to get right to the healing questions. Katie asks, will high notes hurt your voice even technically correctly? So what the deal is there? Yay, Ruanili, it felt excellent. Good, honey. So singing is like being an athlete. And think of a tennis player. They have to sleep. They have to eat right. Think of Andre Agassi. His book, by the way, his autobiography, is so amazing. And Andre Agassi, it talks about being dead tired after these long, long sessions. And he would sleep he would have to sleep. We are the same. We have to, we just did a 4-hour session. And so high notes, when you sing them like we just did, they are effortless. We can do 8 shows a week on Broadway. You'll notice in the opera world, they don't do 8 shows a week. They maybe do 2 shows a week. They know very well that when you're singing high notes, it's an effort on your body, as is an athlete. So no, you're not going to hurt your voice. But that said, you need to take time to relax, to recover. Kina talks a lot about the winter, spring, summer, fall of being a professional. I would say that also in just our practice session, we have now, gone into fall where we've sung and Then we need a little winter time to drink water, get hydrated, relax, eat really good food, fuel up, and sleep. Sleep is the best healer of all. So let me see what you're saying. Nothing but the blue skies from now on. Oh, I'm so happy you love the song. ZB says, I really get low in my chest and it feels like I slip into mixed voice. Yeah, and you know what? It might be more appropriate to sing in mixed voice sometimes. I'm just curious about if you can find your chest voice. So no beating yourself up. Just be aware of that. That's good. So Meg, if you're yawning through the session, that means that this low breath is a little bit new for you and your body is getting air. What happened before is you were holding, and because you weren't getting enough air, now when you're breathing correctly, a yawn comes to get, the air is like coming in and it doesn't know what to do with all that air, so you yawn. So just let yourself yawn. If you feel tingly, let yourself tingle. You have gone through such a process and now you're at yawning. I think it's incredible. I think you're really doing well. Just don't try to fix it. Don't say, don't yawn, yawn. You want to cry? Cry. I think you guys, I cry every day and I don't let it out. And then I think, oh, and if I'm really crying and I'm really sad, I find a song and I sing through it. And even if I can't sing it beautifully, I know that that's the work. And that's how I practice too. So it's beautiful. No, I know you're not bored, Meg. That's so cute. Great, ZV. Good, good, good. Glad you understood that. So there. High notes. We're athletes. If you run a marathon, are you hurting your body? Well, a lot of people run a lot of marathons, but they make sure to recover. So after we sing, recover. I know I have to recover after the session. My body's a little bit physically tired. It's 4 hours and 3 minutes right now. And I know I'm going to go have a nice meal. I'm going to clear. I'm going to relax. I'm going to maybe, watch a silly TV show. We all have our own ways of relaxing. I might read a little bit. I might meditate. I might just not do anything. I might just step into gratitude. Gratitude is a great way to wind down. Okay. Hi, Julia. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Okay. We already talked about vocal fry. Done. So this is an interesting question from Elmira. She said, what do I do? What would you suggest for people who suffer from vocal tension dysphonia? Oh gosh. Vocal tension dysphonia. I think what that is around the vocal cords get very, very tight. And it's a condition. And I wouldn't be surprised. Don't quote, because, you know, doctors may say things, but I really believe that all of the conditions we have, whether we have a cold or whether we have the flu or whether we have an emotional element, our body's always talking to us and trying to tell us, you need to help me heal. That's why when you're having a panic attack, your body's asking you, I need to heal. So when you're breathing as the body works, it's going to release the panic attack. And then you're going to get to the other side. So we have to find a way to release the throat. So we're going to do an exercise today that's really quite amazing. And I'll explain it soon. So Doris says, not sure if I had an infection last week, but I felt swollen around my lower neck. If it's related to poor technique, what would you recommend besides rest? It sounds like if you have an infection, what happens is heat in the body and it has swelling. I would recommend rest. I wouldn't recommend anything else. This exercise I'm going to give you, I'll explain it. This is a good one if you feel like, no, I'm well. I just need to do something to relax my voice. This exercise I'm giving you will be wonderful. But guys, if it's in your throat, you got to rest. It's like Jess, I was telling that I know you had surgery. You shared that with us, and that around the belly button, and that opened, and it was, you know, if you're sick, you have to rest. You can't sing with that. You can't use it and over exacerbate it, and then it gets injured again. So we have to rest. Rest and sleep is one of the best things, and water and good food. Yeah, listen to your body. That's a great one. You're not sure. Well, let me just read it again, Doris. But you felt a bit swollen around your neck. If it's swollen and you think it's because you've been singing too much, stop. Don't sing. Stop. Take a day off. Now, if it keeps going, there's some wonderful voice doctors. In New York City, there's Dr. Kessler. There's another doctor who I love. His name's Michael Pittman. And if you feel like you need somebody to check your vocal cords because something's not right, and maybe in your town, I don't know, you want to look for the best one with the best reputation. And Michael Pittman, I was having some issues myself at one point, and it was emotional issues with my dad passing away, and it was a tight throat. And he looked at my vocal cords and once again said, your vocal cords are perfect, but there's some tension. And I went and did some exercises with one of his associates, and she helped me with some things. And this exercise we're going to do today is along those lines. So you may need that. I would suggest to do that if you feel like, you know, you need to go have a check. Thank God Adele had her vocal cords checked so she didn't ruin her beautiful instrument forever. Yeah, I think Jess has a really good point. That must have been a really hard moment, honey, when, you know, this wound you had and you love singing so much, and, you know, you trust my super belly button as a support, and you were really using it, and the wound opened, you know, because it wasn't quite healed. And what interesting about your comment is you're saying you were frustrated that you had to rest. But we just have to take the time of whatever it takes, and every body is different. Hi, Cynthia. She says, last week you had a frustration. You realized you hadn't taken the time to sing for yourself or take enough rest. Sometimes we overdo it. So it's really working out your schedule. I actually schedule in time to rest in my days. I have my work time, and I work really hard, and I love sharing what I have to share. And I thank you, Nunya, for your beautiful, beautiful message of gratitude. Thank you, honey. I'm so happy to share. But I definitely, like later today, I don't have any, I'm not working after this. I know that I have to schedule this. That's why I'm able to see your videos and stuff right now. I have a little extra time, but I'd have to take this time after to really rest. Yeah, Ronili, there is a, they're usually called the ears, nose, throat doctor. But in New York, we really have doctors who are ear, nose, and throat doctors who specialize in singing, and they see all the big singers and all the Broadway singers go there, because if you're sick and you have to still sing, it's a little dangerous, but sometimes we do. And that's where voice technique comes in. And let me tell you, when I was having some vocal issues about some swelling myself, Dr. Kessler looked at my throat and he said, Mary, your vocal cords are perfect because you have such a good voice technique. But there is some swelling. So I went to another doctor, an auricular therapy, it's called an auricular medicine doctor on the homeopathic side. And if any of you live in New York and you want his name, just direct message me on Instagram. I'm happy to share you his name. He cured my thyroid condition. He cured everything. He's just incredible. And he cured all my allergies too. And we talked about allergies earlier. There are doctors that check your allergies. They'll find out, are you allergic to a certain kind of pollen or tree or mold? On Broadway, they're very old theaters, and a lot of them have mold, and a lot of the Broadway cast, they can suffer when you're having to deal with mold. I mean, there's so many things, but we want to stay as healthy as possible. Yeah, so Renile, I would look for an ear, nose, and throat doctor. Now, just know, a lot of them don't understand about the throat for a singer. So just be aware. Okay, great, Doris. Here, what's another question? So for the vocal tension dysphonia, the exercise we're going to do now is going to help with that. So I'll show you that soon. Yeah, allergies are tough. So Meg is saying when she had the panic attack, spent 2 hours laying on the floor, breathing and even talking to yourself, you had floor talks. I love you for that, Meg. That's what I call having strength. You took and it's responsibility too. You took the strength to stay there and be with your body and be with your little girl inside who has been holding on to this for so long. And I'm really, really proud of you. And I know that people like Emily Autumn and all of the Setrakianators, I tell you guys, really stay with that group, and maybe you guys can, I know they're going to try to figure out a way for everybody to stay in touch. So I love that. Sometimes you thought that the chest thing demands more support. All of singing demands support. Trust resonator too. We were doing a very low. When we sing low, the support's longer. Mi, me, ma. When we sing higher, even if it's belt, hey, that's a lot of support. So don't judge it between styles. Higher notes need more support no matter what resonator. Lower notes need a longer support. They're still supported, but it's kind of like a molasses kind of energy. Then the high notes, it's much zippier and quicker. Yeah, Cynthia, I understand that you had pollen. You might want to find a doctor. I don't think you live in New York, do you? So my doctor could help you heal those allergies. There might be doctors out there. Only this one guy that I found in New York could actually heal it. But okay. And then self-love is always good. Yeah, what would you say to your inner child? And we can use our inner child in our work. We can sing to her, sing to him. It can be very, very helpful. Oh, I love what your therapist said. And while you're away, Cynthia, we talked about therapists and how good they can be. Okay. So Aisling Smith said, while singing, I need to clear my throat a lot, even drinking water. I would guess that Aisling, like you, Cynthia, has an allergy, because if you have to clear your throat, it means you've got some kind of postnasal drip constantly coming into your throat. So write this down, ladies and gentlemen. It's the lemonade drink that I've talked about before. It's you would take a big glass of spring water, get an organic if you can, lemon, a half a lemon, and squeeze it in, maybe even a whole lemon, or if it's a big, big glass, a whole lemon, and then a tablespoon of maple syrup and a dash of cayenne pepper. And that will take the phlegm off your vocal cords. So I hope that Aisling hears this message and that she can try that lemonade drink. It's really good when you're getting a cold to use that. I found it to be helpful as well with allergies. You got your full health back. You don't know your problems came from allergies. Now you know. Great, Cynthia. It's good to know what it is. Well, it's interesting that Cynthia says she went through 6 to 8 months of vocal therapy with breath support and resonance. Remember at the start of this, over 4 hours ago, I was talking about breath, support, and resonance. And wouldn't you know, the healing exercise we're going to do, which is actually voice lesson number 8 on my Mary Setrakian, I think it's number 8 on my Mary Setrakian official page on Facebook. We're going to do it again right now. The reason I'm doing it again and not just sending you there is the sync of my voice is off. So what you guys need to do, I'm not going to do it with you. I'm going to just guide you. So you see the couch here, go sit on a chair. I wouldn't lie down flat on the floor. Maybe if you want to be on the floor, prop yourself up with pillows a bit so you're more kind of at an angle, but really surrender. Like if you can see me here, you're going to really surrender into the couch. So your head is here and you have to be completely relaxed. Really surrender. Now, let's do the S from here. S, s, s. You got that? You have to have the breath and the support ready to go. Just what we've been doing this whole time. This is going to be our healing exercise. Try the lip trill. Try the tongue trill. Those are the 3 things we're going to need. Now, let me tell you about this. I just have to see what Jess is saying. Yeah, you don't want too much cayenne pepper, JV. Not a lot. It should taste really good. Lemon, maple syrup, and then a little dash of cayenne. It shouldn't be that much. But yeah, you can stir it, or you can put it in your water bottle and shake it. You can sip on it all day. I suggest don't do any dairy that day, because dairy is going to add phlegm. So also diet. You've noticed your celiac disease change things, like with the autoimmune disease. When you went gluten-free, things changed. So important, to seek help. Good. Thank you for sharing that. Before you signed on, Jess, we talked about foods. And lots of people have problems with wheat. Then there's a whole disease of a gluten disease. One of my students in Sardinia has that, and they have restaurants that are gluten-free. So diet is also really, really important. And at the beginning of the lesson, you go back and listen, but we've really talked about the difference of how our food is. It's not, so please go organic when you can. Super slow, low notes, energetic, high notes, but same mechanism. Yeah, like the balls, if the balls are spinning, they go faster. Okay, so get on the couch, everybody comfortable. Just keep breathing. Now, this exercise, as you're getting comfortable, comes from the UK, one of my most talented young singers, I'm going to just tell you this little story before we get into the final exercise here. And let me just say, this was Emmy Arroyo said, she's been hearing lately about warming down vocally, that everybody's saying you have to warm down after you sing. I tell you, my whole career of over 30 years, almost 40 years, I never warmed down. I just stopped, had a drink of water, ate a little dinner, got a good sleep, and everything was fine. I'm not saying it's wrong to warm down. I'm just saying that I never used it, but the one time that I did need something was when I played Fanny Brice in Charlotte, North Carolina at CPCC Summer Theater, the best cast, one of the best experiences of my life. And I was belting Fanny Brice, many, many shows a week. And I would get hot in my chest voice and very hot at the end of the night. My vocal cords didn't hurt, but I had heat. So what I did, and I've never heard anybody talk about this, I took ice and put it on my throat and on my chest, and the heat dissipated, and that was my warm down. So I had a cool down. And another thing, if you feel like your vocal cords are swollen, have a popsicle, have a little cold drink. That will help with that. But as far as warming down, if you go to a voice therapist, they'll give you little exercises you can do with a straw, woo, through the straw. They're little things. But just to say, this exercise I'm going to give you now, this would be a lovely warm down. And this is from, I have a beautiful, my roommate in Rome, I share a home with a beautiful woman, actress in Rome, and she was born with a problem with her vocal cords. So she found this amazing doctor in the UK, and they did this. This is one of their exercises. And she said they were very happy to share it and said she could share it with anybody. So I share it with everybody. My star clients use it. Kerry Washington uses it. I used it with Bella Thorne. It's a really wonderful healing. And if you feel like you need a warm down, I would suggest this, or a warm up. Or if you're feeling like your voice is damaged, or if you have dysphonia, I think this is a really awesome exercise. And I'm really honored that the doctors in England said that I could use it. And by the way, I had this wonderful, very young student in England, and she worked with me through the years, even flew me out to England to work with her at one point. She had a teacher. She was auditioning for school. She had just finished high school, auditioning for college. Her family didn't have a lot of money, so she was hoping to get scholarships. And in fact, she had a scholarship. That's how she flew me out to work with her. And there was a teacher who basically sabotaged her, who said he was going to write recommendation letters for her, and actually called the universities and said, don't take her. I don't know what the situation was. I think he was just jealous of her. She's the kindest, most lovely person. So she got so much stress and anxiety about this teacher that sabotaged her, and she couldn't sing anymore. So I sent her to these doctors in London from my friend actress in Italy, and they helped heal her throat. And again, this is one of the exercises. So that said, we're at 4 hours and 24 minutes. So I'm going to post the time so people can jump to this whenever you want it. You can have me with you and do the exercise. So you're on the couch. We're going to be doing S's. We're going to be doing tongue trills. and lip trills. And if you can't do the tongue trill or lip trill, you can substitute, but I'm just going to do it as if you could do all of those. She is healed. She's healed now. And by the way, she asked me, Mary, because she went and she did a, while she was healing, it did a program about backstage, about being stage manager. And it's great to have that knowledge. And after she finished that program, she said, Mary, maybe I should just do that because maybe I won't make it as a singer. And I said, absolutely not. You have to follow your dream. And then if you decide you want to switch over because you enjoy backstage more, do that. But absolutely not. And she followed her dream and she is nailing it. She's nailing it. She is getting roles and jobs. And right now we're all in quarantine, but she is spectacular. And she was able to heal. And Jess has lost 154 pounds. Oh my gosh. Brava, Bella. This is great. Okay. Here we are. 4 minutes and 24 hours and 25 minutes. So you're released into the couch. We're going to do the belly button S, just easy S. Here you go, S. Release your neck. Inhale. 2 more. Inhale. S. Third one. Do the S. Good. Now you're going to crescendo the S. Inhale and decrescendo. S. Good. 2 more. Crescendo the S, decrescendo. Inhale. Last one. S, crescendo. Good. Now we're going to pulse the S 3 times. Inhale. Remember, it's going from the belly button. Inhale. Inhale, release. 3rd time. Beautiful. Now we're going to the tongue trill with no voice. Two more times, tongue trill, no voice. Stay with me, tongue trill, inhale, no voice. Now we're going to crescendo, decrescendo, the tongue trill, and belly button leads it, inhale. Crescendo, decrescendo. No voice. Pulse the tongue trill. You're relaxing on the couch. Release into it. Again. Pulsing the belly button in. Last one. Good. Now, you're going to go from unvoiced to voiced with a tongue trill. So it'll be belly button moving in. Good. No voice, voice, no voice, voice. Again, inhale, belly button leading it. Releasing into the couch. Inhale. Good. Now we're doing the tongue trill all voice. Keep leaning into the couch. I'm just staying here. You can hear me and see me. Inhale. Good. 2 more. Just easy tongue trill. Nice. Now you're going to crescendo with your voice and decrescendo. Belly button leads it. Third one. Now you're going to make pitch like this. Up and down the scale. Again. Last one. Excellent. Now we're going to do the lip trill, no voice. Belly button. Feel my belly button. Oh my gosh. Inhale, no voice. Keep releasing against the couch. No voice. Crescendo, decrescendo. You might be spitting. That's good. Inhale. One more. Crescendo, decrescendo. Inhale. I'm spitting. That's perfect. Now we're going to pulse it. If your lips don't go like mine did, that means you're not in the belly button moving in. Inhale. Excellent. One more. Pulse it. No voice. Good. Now we go no voice, voice, no voice, voice. Inhale. Good. Inhale again. Shoulders really released, totally releasing. Inhale. Perfect. Now all lip trill with voice, just an easy glide. Inhale. Inhale. Kind of like you're speaking through that. Inhale. Now you're going to crescendo and great decrescendo with voice. Inhale. Crescendo, decrescendo. And now you're going to go up the scale and down like this. Join me with that. Inhale. Keep releasing here. Again. Last one. We did it. Now, Emma said, I feel amazing right now during the exercise. Laura said her cramps from her period are going away. You're using the energy of the super belly button. Amazing. Marga is smiling. Doris said her nose tickles. Excellent. All that vibration. Perfect. Ron is saying, Ron always has something profound to say. I love hearing from Ron. Life is better right now than it was 4 hours and 30 minutes ago. Thanks, Mary. You are a treasure. Thank you, Ron. You are a treasure. And you know who said that to me once, and I treasure it as well, is James Gandolfini. And he said, you know, I always feel so much better when I leave here. And he was sitting right on this couch. And what that means is that when you connect with your truth and your support, now it makes you feel better. Now, what is so awesome? Cynthia is relaxed. Clarissa feels amazing. What I love about those doctors, they use exactly what we did for 4 hours. We use the same breath. They have the support initiating here. They use the lip trill. They use the S. They use the tongue trill. Are you kidding me? Those are doctors helping you heal your voice. The methods I have been taught by my master teachers who I've talked about all day today, especially Phyllis Curtin and Joan Heller, but I include Maria Callas, oh gosh, if only, Marie Gibson. I include Mark Pearson. I include Corinne Swall, who was my teacher when I was a senior in high school. That's the first time I started studying. These techniques, especially from Phyllis and Joan, who are only opera singers, these not only help you sing with dynamic voice in your most spectacular way, they also heal you, heal your voice. I feel amazing too. I needed that because this was a long lesson in every style, and we did every song, answered all your questions. Thank you for being with me today. I promise once this loads, I'm going to go back and put in the exact time so you guys can jump back to this anytime you like. Any final awareness? Thank you, Cynthia. She says she feels relaxed. ZB, is your throat relaxed too? Amazing, right? So that's a great, if you want to do it in the morning, I would do that sometimes to start a lesson. You know, I think I can share this. Kerry Washington was doing a play on Broadway called American Son. The movie of American Son is on Netflix right now, and it deals with Black Lives Matter. It's about her son. She plays the mother of a son who has been in some kind of shooting with police of a stopped car. And it's a spectacular, amazing play. And she came to me not to sing, but she came to me because she wanted to be connected to her emotions and to have really good voice technique so that she could do 8 shows a week on Broadway and be in her emotions. Now, I also make her sing because she's got the most glorious voice, and I am putting it out there that she'll be starring in a musical one day on Broadway. But what I would say is she was doing 8 shows a week, and she would come over sometimes every morning. We wouldn't sing much. We'd just warm up, and we would do this exercise to warm her up for the day, because if you overuse your voice, it's what they say when you leave your voice in the practice room. So we want to have our voice in the best possible, easiest, most flexible and powerful place possible. So this exercise can be used not only for warming up or getting your voice alive, but for also warming down. And again, I never warmed down. I just made sure I got sleep, good water, and rest. But if you feel that you need a warm down, I would use this. You're so welcome, Emma. Thank you for the thank you. I'm so happy, Marga, that you're relaxed. Cynthia, you have to go bye-bye. Next week, same time, same day. It's the last one, last quarantine lesson on Wednesday, 12 noon Eastern Daylight Time. Bye, Marga. Bye, bye, bye. Emily, I love you, Emily Autumn. You're floating. Perfect. Oh, thank you, Ronili. You're a blessing to me. So thank you for that. This has been, you guys are warriors in the work. Talk about mastering your craft. Talk about, as Kina Armitage says, cultivating mastery. You stayed with me we're going on 5 hours now. You stayed with me here. I'm really honored. And if you went away, you came back, wow. Laura, this improved your mood. It's hard getting your period because your hormones are going wild each month. And what I think, it's not emotions that you don't have. It's like being in a canyon and the emotions reverberate louder. So these are tools you can use, especially when you have your period. James, you are so spectacular, honey. Thank you. I'm so glad you learned a lot. Thank you for your gratitude. I have gratitude for you too. I will rest, Cynthia. You rest as well. Clarissa, thank you, honey. As Nunez said, thank you for taking your time, teach us and share your wisdom. It's my pleasure, my joy. And I wanted to give back to something during this difficult coronavirus. Please stay safe. Please keep wearing your mask, even if you feel healthy when you go out. It's just, even if it doesn't matter, just wear it. And if you're breathing CO2, when you're not near somebody, take a little breath of air and bring it back. Let's just stay in solidarity right now. And if somebody says that they want to put a chip in us, then we will have hierarchy. We will demand no. But right now, let's just be in solidarity to really heal our world. I love you guys too. I love you, Emily. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, Doris and Marga and everybody who's here, but you've been quiet. I honor your silence, and I really thank you for joining me and trusting me with your voices and your most special, emotions, the whole gamut from desperation to bliss. We all have all of it, and we get to use it in our art. And I'm so excited to be somebody on your journey to help you craft that art and to enjoy it. Stay safe. Thank you, Jess. Yeah, honey, stay well. Congratulations on your weight loss. You're so beautiful, by the way. You're just beautiful as you are. So keep healing though, okay? So healing is important. I'm glad we did that exercise together. Kisses, hugs, virtual hugs, and stay safe and lots of love. 4 hours and 42 minutes. We did a good job. Bye, you guys. Lots of love. See you next week. Send me videos through my Instagram. Please be sure to follow me here. Follow me on Instagram. If you want to send me a video, do a unlisted YouTube video. Send me the link on a direct message on Instagram. I will get it, and I'll take a look at it. I have 1 more week because after July 1st, I'm not going to be able to. But I'm happy to do it while I can. And then we'll all regroup in August when we have our Zoom class. Okay? Okay. Bye. Love you all. Lots of love and blessings. Bye-bye.